Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And we welcome you back to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 16th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork and everyone else who's here. This is a roundtable meeting. We're all equal, regardless of the physicality, regardless of the amount of knowledge you carry. We're equal in a way, but yet Mr. Keshe says we're also unique as we all absorb different strengths of fields. And this creates different emotions within all of us. Mr. Keshe just delivered on Thursday the 481st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. He said this was a very important workshop for you to listen to multiple times. He said there's many secrets hidden within this workshop. And so again, this is one of the best places, or the best place to be, I think, in and around the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. No one else is that I'm aware of is presenting this knowledge. Of course, we're not arrogant to think we're the only ones who understand anything or can bring any solutions in the area of energy, agriculture, space travel, and health. But it just seems to me that the foundation does have a full understanding of the totality, and this is what we're all trying to grasp. Today is the Easter for the Orthodox Christian, and again, we elevate the soul of Christ. We thank him for his work, and we thank Christ for what has been shown to us on the cross, how we can transmute and change and gain this aspect of eternal life, and I think this is what we're all looking for. Mr. Keshe has gone back again and continuing to help us understand more of the misfunctions we have in the dimension of feeding. And apparently there's still a ways to go, but we will play a clip today where Mr. Keshe said that there'll be apps coming in the Keshe Foundation store. We saw an overall wellness program, but now there'll be apps being created for food, your ability to overcome this killing and to stealing from the others. Also apps for cancer, apps for Alzheimer's, and I guess the wellness part of it will come a little later. But again, amazing features where people be able to download apps into their mobile devices, as I understand it at this point, and carry on with their life in a much more beautiful way and a deeper understanding of their abilities until they get to learn to do it themselves. And as many things in our lives we thought were so complicated, but once we've understood it and figured it out, it's not as hard as we thought it would be. Myself on the feeding program, I'm still continuing in the same way. Doing this intermittent feeding from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. at night. And again, if I start at 4, I still give myself a 6-hour window, thinking I'm clever and trying to fit 2 meals into that 6 hours. Well, in the last few days, it's only been 1 meal. And even though I want to take more, it just seems like I'm satisfied enough, or the stomach is full. It's like sometimes you have to force yourself to eat, and that's not so pleasurable in eating. But the 3 o'clock time comes rather quickly, so it's a small step. Again, it's a very small step, and this is what the system is being developed for, to cover the full spectrum. I know Peter asked a beautiful question. Mr. Keshe went into some detail, and realizing that we need to really understand the totality to be able to completely feed the person, because that includes emotions as well. And we're all helping by joining in these monthly sessions. The next one will be on the 28th for addictions. And again, I think one of our main addictions is our addiction to taking other energies from others to sustain ourselves. And again, as he said in the workshop, all of us are doing it, so it doesn't seem to be a problem, but this is not the ethos of the universe. And when we go into space, we're certainly going to have to learn not to take other things before we probably get there. You don't want to get there and then realize that you're operating in the wrong ethos of the universe. But in addition to that, Mr. Keshe said we need to find a place that will satisfy all of our needs. And perhaps you don't want to manifest in every place you can, because the energies or the full spectrum of what you need is not there. You can exist in the dimension of energy, but perhaps creating a physicality in certain places where all the energies you need are not available may not be advisable to you. It may be better to go into places that the full spectrum is available to you, and somehow I believe the soul will know that and manifest. But there's a lot to learn, as he said, understanding how to survive in space and to operate takes a lot of understanding. And we're on this road of understanding our own beauty and our own grace, as I see it. And so we will cover a number of things, again, mostly about feeding, but I'm quite happy with the small amount of progress I made, and didn't think I could even go this far, but it seems it's getting a little easier and easier. And again, if you're fully satisfied, what is the need to take another entity's energy and release their soul? We don't have to do that, and now we're finding ways that we can feed the way the Creator feeds. And as we keep hearing repeated, I made the man in the image of myself. In addition to taking others' energy, you become a more peaceful person. You become a healthier person. And I believe you're able to absorb different understandings when you start to walk away. And again, you're not completely walking away from it at this point, but we're trying to operate more in the dimension of energy than in the dimension of physicality. And we'll obviously learn to operate in both of those dimensions flawlessly. Again, this is a roundtable discussion. If anyone has anything they'd like to share about feeding, I do have a picture of Gianni's wheat, the winter wheat that he planted, I think last fall. It seems to be coming up beautifully. It's plasmatic. We can show that later. But anyone else have anything on feeding that they'd like to share at this point in the workshop? I think the app program will be very powerful for everyone, and almost everyone on this planet does have a phone. So whether you're in the Amazon jungle, whether you're in Siberia, or whether you're in some of the places in the United States which are very hungry, this app will become available and you will be able to actually feed yourself through this app. I know Mr. Keshe in the past had talked about when we move from into the G9 and G10 on the cell phones, we're at G5 or G6 now, we'll be able to create things, perhaps plasmatically, to again install these apps perhaps on your phone, and that would satisfy some or most of your needs in this area. So we're going to talk again more on feeding. This is one of the reasons the universal community is here, to get us to walk away, that we don't go out and have this wrong streak in us and create a very similar condition to what we see here on this planet, where all the created beings seem to be short and having a need to get more energy, which they find a way to do it by taking it from the others. So this is part of the overall correction that's going on. And apparently it's quite important, as Mr. Keshe has been stressing it over the years. When I first came to the foundation and I heard this, I couldn't believe that you could feed without eating. But as he said, if we can create these walls and we can embed energies into these walls, these magnetically created walls, you'll be able to feed right from the walls in the environment without taking anything. And as I indicated, the first day we went dining with the Creator, the energy was so much that there was no need to even, yes, I thought about it, but easily there was no way to take any food. There was no problem, and it was quite balanced. It seemed to wane the second and third day, but we continued on for a number of hours without doing that. And I know many can do that, but we're understanding that we can absorb more knowledge or more energy, let's say, through our understanding of more knowledge. We made a small video how your skin is really like a vortex energy feeding system. We'll probably play that a little bit later. It's about a 9-minute. And again, this was from the 481 workshop, where your system, your skin, which we always thought was the largest organ in the body. Now from Rick, we know it's the sinustitial fluid, I guess, what they call this fluid that carries, it's all in between the cells and the organs. This is the largest organ in the body. But we're learning more and more. We're learning knowledges that we never thought were possible. And this will lead into the zero-time communication, the transportation and transmutation process, the feeding process, the wellness process, and the rest of it, where we can really become independent entities in a way. And it's so beautiful that we're all unique, in, especially when we do the Dome of Peace, or we gather together collectively. We all have a different bouquet of energies within us. And so whatever we're trying to reach or touch, if the soul agrees, I believe those fields will be provided through the collection of all of us. So it's beautiful that we can work together as a family. This is what the Universal Council is learning to do on a plasmatic level, to bring the changes that way. And this is the operation of the universe. It's all moving away from the matter state. Not that we won't be able to operate in it, but we won't be subject so much to its pitfalls, let's say. So anyone else have any comments on feeding? I think the cost has gone down for sure. The number of trips I've gone to the supermarket has reduced. Again, it's a small step in a much bigger picture, but I know it can be done. And as the system, the feeding system, is fine-tuned to meet the emotions, the minerals, and the vitamins, and everything else we need, I think you'll find it a rather beautiful experience, that we can actually live the way the Creator lives without killing and destroying other entities. And that's what the first clip is about. But before we go there, we're going to read the World Peace Treaty. And this is a document that you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. Mr. Keshe said this is the exact document the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign, industrialists, and the rest. It doesn't have to be signed with a pen, but you can sign it with the pen of your soul. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? If not, I will read it. It's a very simple document. And again, I never thought I would be in this position, delivering peace in this way. I always thought the matter state was the solution, with better mousetraps, let's say, but now we're learning a new dimension, and there's many dimensions we need to learn about, but right now we're just working with the two: the state of matter, which we're quite familiar with and quite expertise in, and then of course the state of energy, which we're starting to understand, and just basically starting to understand. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can give it to others. And again, it increases the field strength. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving that'll create this position of change. And that's what we do in the second step of the creating the Dome of Peace, where we give from our souls, give from our energies, because we're huge field generators. And again, we've been given a beautiful system, but we're not totally familiar with how to use it. But this is part of what the Keshe Foundation is showing us, directing us. And again, it's all up to you. No one is forced to move into any position or take any position, but many times you can actually appoint yourself and direct yourself into these. So the World Peace Treaty: we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're pledging your nation to peace, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, and soul. Simply print your name, your signature, the date, position held on behalf of, again, your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, name, signature, date, position held, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And everything we see, whether we think they're beautiful or not, is a face of the Creator. The Creator has trillions of faces that he manifests himself in. And many of those faces we like to take and consume because they have a good taste or they give us the right energy we think we need. But the Creator doesn't operate in that way. And since we're made in the image of the Creator, we can operate the same way and walk away from this killing and destruction. Many of us think it's a foreign thing, but I think it's quite natural once we understand it and start applying it. And as I said, I've applied it in a small way, and this will grow. It's already growing or reducing, let's say, down to approximately one meal, maybe a little bit more. But in the last few days, I haven't felt like eating more than one meal. And so I look at this as some sort of progress we're making. And again, it creates a more peaceful person, and it creates a healthier person. And certain other knowledges you're able to absorb when you walk away from this killing. And I know it's difficult because we're all doing it. And we'll hear Mr. Keshe say those exact same words. We'll get in trouble if we kill a man, but not a mouse, or a cow, or a lamb, or a plant, or anything else, because we're all participating in this. But I think in time, as more of humanity understands more, they'll also frown on this practice. And Mr. Keshe has alluded to this in other places and positions within the workshop. Everyone has a mic. Is there anyone who'd like to add anything at this point? Otherwise, we're going to go to the first clip, which is a little bit strong as far as, again, our appetite for taking other entities to sustain our own. And I know we like to justify it in whatever way we can, but apparently it's not the correct ethos of the universe. And we're all learning this slowly, but we're learning. And the 481st workshop is the latest one, delivered last Thursday. Again, Mr. Keshe said many secrets have been revealed, so he encouraged everyone. We're only going to be playing just small selected parts out of this workshop, but he encouraged everyone to listen to it multiple times, as there's many, many knowledges that are hidden within the workshop. And some, again, it opens up more and more. The more knowledge you accumulate, even the books read differently, even though they're the same words. But now with a higher intellect or more understanding, the words mean different things. And this progression, I think, will continue, even if you read the book 2 years from now again, or 1 year, or every 6 months, depending on the amount of knowledge you're taking in. Different things mean different things to you in different positions of understanding. So we'll go and listen a little bit more about one of the reasons the universal community and Mr. Keshe, as a universal messenger, is here to correct some of this behavior so that we can go out and not, again, repeat the mishaps that the soul who created this planet made. Feel free to stop it at any time, ask a question, or inject your understanding or what you'd like the others to understand from your understanding.
Isn't this why we are here to correct it? As we had enough of the misconduct of the souls which left the dimension of creation from this planet, as their own creation was based on the wrong strength fields of what we call inertia of the creation. Need of the man to kill, need of the man to destroy, need of the man because his boss did not supply. If your husband doesn't bring enough food home, what do? You go to the neighbor, you go shopping, you go and get something to survive. So is the behavior of the man on this planet. The planet does not supply enough to confirm, to feed the local inertia of the need of the body of the man. So man kills. Like the wife going shopping, man has everything from his environment, 80%, man goes shopping. Shopping another soul, shopping another seed, shopping another plant. But this time, the shopping is eating, slaughtering, and the rest. When you do not have enough, you get it from somewhere, even by stealing. So man has become a thief of other lives. And because he does it and everybody else does it, has become a norm. We all do it because don't eat for 24 hours, don't eat for a few days, you die. So we all become thieves and we justify our theft that we want to survive because the inertial planetary system, the inertial body of the man system has not managed to create the condition to absorb what it needs from free fields of the universe. We are all murderers. In a way, we close our eyes because everybody else does it. We call it meat eaters, we call it vegetarians, we call it every other name, except accepting the truth that we kill to survive. And it's normal because we can justify it. What happened if the man changes the dimension of that 20%, then the wife does not need to go shopping. Man does not need to kill. Then it comes to another point, which in the long distance, in the education of the man will come clear. Does the creator does the same in the dimension of his own dominion and his own inertia to feed the structure of the universe and the unicosmos which is within him. Then it comes to understand when the man becomes the child of the universe in a very short time, do we understand this, that we do not need to create a dimension of inertial manifestation of physicality in the dominions and the places where it cannot create the totality of the need of the man. Then would this create a new dimension of existence for man? We went from carbon 10 to carbon 12 to carbon 14. Does our creator lives in the dimension of carbon 16? For his communication and extraction of the fields of his own universe? Does the unicos work on the 16 and the creator on 18? Or is it just packs of energies we have put numbers to? The bigger you are, the more you eat. A fish is happy with a little olives, and a bear with a full salad. This is how we have to understand. This is how we have to go to the dimension of the what we call the knowledge of the creation. We are on the verge of becoming the travelers of the space. In the next few years, man will colonize space in a way that he could never dream. As we start the colonization, in the next 2 to 5 years, with the support of the nations, what will be the next? When we build these space cities, do we test the reality of the life in the space or what man likes to see to be in space? Do we become realistic? Would the science of space becomes the part of the life and living of the man? And then the question for many of you, now that you have learned about the dimension of the soul, that you have learned you can travel without the dimension of physicality, is how do I teach the soul of physicality within me to become obedient to the law of the creation and accept that it can live with different dominion of the inertia that does not need to lead to manifestation. Go back and look at something many of you do on a daily basis. You call it electricity. We call it production of energy. What happens when the knowledge of a man extends to the point that he understands he doesn't need the rotating magnet and the iron for him or a copper for him to create electricity or energy? We don't see rotating magnets in the dimension of matter state, and we see so many lightning and thunder. When will man learn this knowledge? And then if you can do this, what does it absorb? What does it bring? Where mankind has missed the knowledge of the creation. Does our Creator subjected to the creation by itself? Or has the man become subjective and objective? What is interesting to us is how do we become part of the process of the technology of the creation? And how do we become part of understanding of the creation? How do we extend our knowledge to the point that we understand the dominion of manifestation, confirmation of existence, without need to confirm physicality? We call it the state of dreaming. We call it the state of understanding. We call it the understanding of totality. But the reality is different than what we've been taught in the schools of and universities of the man. All the knowledge of man is based on man's understanding of the matter state, not on understanding of the fields of the universe. And would we and do we need to extend the knowledge of the man to the dimension of the creation in the universe? Otherwise, man will not become the man of the universe because he doesn't know how to survive. I'll let you loose from a space station, you suffocate. I'll let you loose without the monkey crowd of NASA on the moon, you die. Because you think you need that oxygen, You gasp for what it is, the matter state of the earth. When would you learn that the way you jump off the side of the pool in the pool and you swim for a time in it is the same as jumping out of the space lab? You adjust yourself to take energy from the environment and change to it. We do that at the point of birth. We are in the beautiful swimming water of the womb of the mother. And with one instance, we change to air breathers. When we change that, instead of breathing air, we jump into taking energy from the universal level, that we have no fear of jumping out, and we can keep the position and the condition of the body of the man if we want. Then the colonization of the space is a reality of this minute and this moment. Not in 20 years or 50 years, or as a guy told me one day, we believe Keshe technology when it's on CNN. What happened when there is no more CNN and the fox doesn't control it? The name of the owner goes with the animal it represents, the fox, the thief. So are we thieves of our own physicality, or have we foxed it out of fear of not understanding the truth about the creation? Try to create conditions that it gives you the line of connection. I can build you all the systems you want. Obesos and the rest, head units and the rest. But when would you learn to allow the emotion to subside? The magnetic field of the body of the man to harmonize, that allows, when you choose, the soul of the man to travel this path of the universe without the physicality leaving the earth. And don't call it a dream. In the sessions of addiction coming up in the next few weeks, on 28th or so of this month, many of you will change this challenge. You have to. You will be chained to it. We are not testing you if you're a drug addict. You're learning not to be addicted to kill it. You will be tested not to be addicted to the air of this planet that controls you. As I always said, our work has hidden agenda, but that we cannot bring all out because many of you will not do what to learn, but you become another copycat. You come to learn not to be addicted to alcohol, but in reality, we are working on the soul to learn how to become the passengers of the universe. You're happy with your alcoholism. You're happy to make you a man of the universe. To open a dimension, the soul of the man. Then it comes to a simple thing. How come the Keshe Foundation systems can do it, but we can't? And they become a magician, and we are not. Isn't the truth? And the fact is that we take the dimension of inertia, of physicality away from the soul of the man. It allows this man himself to become the representative of his own creation and dimension of his created dominion. The whole structure of the creation is like a line and a blip. Depends what that line is and what the blip is. The line of creation is a hydrogen, single structure-based energy. And the blips can be carbon 16, carbon 14, carbon 12, carbon 10, anything you want to call it, carbonated, the way you like it, you would name it, but in fact has no dimension. It has a string field dimension that at a given point its structure manifests itself according to its inertia. And then how to create an inertia? Go to book one and read the book one thoroughly when it comes to inertia, when it talks about the magnetic field and gravitational field, and understand, now that you understand the plasma in a different way, what does it mean? You looked at it on the matter state the first time, look at it this time at the point of the creator. The words are same. The intelligence of the man, which gives it different meaning. Then you can create anything in any dimension. Then you.
Okay, any thoughts about this? Apparently, we're all still little foxes thieving. That's what they call the fox. He usually comes in and tries to take from what others have killed. That's why they call him the thief. But again, learning to control this inertia is a very important aspect for us. And we even see it in the matter state with mice. The ones that they give everything they want to eat, they live much shorter lives, much diseases, tumors, and other things. And the ones that they reduce the matter state intake, these mice usually live much longer, much healthier, more energetic, and I think they probably enjoy life more than the ones that consume. So this is the main point, I believe. It's not to take other energies, to learn how to absorb these energies through the creation of inertia. When we put the GANs in our belly, eat something, you create a certain GANs, and that attracts, well, we extract some of the energy out of it directly, but it also calls upon the environment to feed it, because it's, if it matches any of the energies and it's weaker, the environment also helps to feed us. But we're learning we can create through the emotions that same food within us in a way, and have the same process happen without the killing and the destruction of the others. And again, whether they're vertical people, horizontal people, or what have you. So this is what they're trying to teach us before we go into space. Yes, Gianni, I see your hand is up, sorry.
Hello, everyone. John Wells, please help me with translation.
John?
Sí, adelante.
Gracias.
Ok, he enviado a Mark algunos vídeos y fotos donde puedo compartir la línea del carbón y qué puede significar eso.
I have sent you some videos and pictures of where we can show how the carbon works in all this interaction.
Okay, I think you've sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Puedo abrir yo, Mark, y es mucho mejor porque así puedo explicar cada foto.
If you authorize me, I can open up and do it from here.
Beautiful. That would help quite a bit. I don't like to do this on the run. Rick is very good at it. But yes, let's make you a co-host. And then
Okay.
There you are. Let me lower the hand. And of course, Gianni is doing a lot of work in Romania, Moldova, different parts of the world, but he's been very successful. He actually lives the plasma life, as we say, more or less, but even Gianni has a growth factor that he's experiencing as well. But your work has inspired me and many others, Gianni. So we thank you so much for sharing your
Okay.
understanding and application of this technology. Gracias.
Ok, aquí tenemos una foto con un cubo de plástico que no es transparente.
Here we got a snowed out place where we've got a bucket, which is not transparent.
Pero dentro hemos hecho nanoplantas y nanocubrimientos de zinc y cobre.
We have made nano feeding compounds and copper and zinc nano ganses.
En el invierno hemos puesto el cubo, así como se ve en la imagen, y no se ha roto por el frío que normalmente eso pasa.
As you can see, this has water inside and it hasn't congealed and it hasn't broken.
Vamos a pasar a la otra para ver qué es posible en la dimensión del plasma.
Here we show something where you could appreciate something new in the dimension of plasma.
Y la planta ya está verde y muy, muy hermosa.
This plant is nice and green.
Y eso con una nieve de casi 30 centímetros. Se ve en lo anterior.
We have had over 30 centimeters of snow. Yeah.
Pero lo que podemos ver aquí ya no estamos hablando de la fotosíntesis.
We're not talking about the photosynthesis.
Estamos hablando de los campos del carbono normalmente, y la planta se ha alimentado sin necesidad de tener luz y calor.
As you can see, this plant is fed from the carbon fields of the plasma fields with no sun or other elements.
Eso es una foto más reciente, no está muy bien, pero tenemos el vídeo que está hecho hoy.
As you can see, the bucket was on top of the plant, and this picture is or video is from today.
Vamos a ver la diferencia entre la planta, que ya el cubo está subido por la misma planta.
Here you will be able to appreciate the difference between what we saw and this one.
Y la sorpresa es que la planta está florecida en el cubo.
And as you can see, it has flowered inside the bucket.
Su tamaño es muy, muy diferente de todo lo que hay alrededor.
Its size is pretty different to what is around this plant.
Y más de eso, en esa zona hemos trabajado con plasma y vamos a ver cómo se va en el medio natural. Pero aquí es más importante, ya se está regalando sus semillas en ese tiempo que eso ya no es posible sin plasma.
And here you can appreciate it's already giving the seeds, which you normally won't have if you don't have the plasma present.
Aquí es el tamaño que está en la naturaleza, el tamaño normal de las plantas. Entre las comillas, normal.
The normal size of the plants, these plants.
Eso es la diferencia de utilizar el plasma.
Here you can appreciate the difference when we use plasma.
Y ahora sí tenemos otra confirmación que no es por la fotosíntesis.
And here we can confirm this hasn't been produced by photosynthesis.
Eso es lo que quería compartir, y al final vamos a hacerlo con lo del carbono, 12, 13, 14 hasta 60 y qué significa los domos y los...
Later on, we'll show you how the different types of carbon, be it 12, 14, or even 60, how all this works on nature.
Gracias por poder compartir eso. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing all this with.
Well, thank you, Gianni. So that grew in complete darkness, as I understand.
Yes, Mark.
Without the photosynthesis, just through the fields.
Yes. Solo los campos.
And now it's ready to eat.
Now, Rick, ya no vamos a comerlos. Porque con esa nueva línea de comunicación ya no necesitamos matar a nadie para comer.
We won't be eating them, as now we're learning we don't have to eat to survive.
Ah, okay.
Podemos crear nuestra comida en otro modo, pero también podemos alimentarnos directamente.
You can feed in a direct manner. And I would add also, you were talking about not breathing, Mark. And I have mentioned several times.
Yes, I
find myself not breathing.
I was going to ask you about that, John. Mr. Keshe said we went from water breathers to air breathers in a moment of time.
Yeah, exactly. But that's when you were born. That's why in Russia, you're born underwater and you don't need to breathe. The kid swims under the water, and then whenever he pleases, he pokes his head out and has a good laugh.
So how is Gianni going to absorb the energies from this plant or other plants without eating it?
¿Comprendiste?
Sí, pero por favor, también al español, John.
Sí, Mark pregunta, ¿cómo es que vas a aprovechar la nutrición de estas plantas sin tener que comerlas?
Pues ya vamos a utilizar la línea de comunicación, lo que se llama carbón 14.
We will be using the communication between the plant and ourselves through the carbon 14.
La mayoría de las plantas en ese mundo tiene el carbón como la... Pero es carbón 12. Lo dicho que la mayoría de las plantas tiene la línea de comunicación basada en el carbono 12.
The majority of the plants communicate through carbon 12, not 14.
Pero también tiene el carbono 13 y 14.
They also have the 13 and 14, carbon 13 and 14.
El mismo carbono, pero intensidades diferentes.
It's the same carbon that it has a different intensity or power or field.
También en cuerpo nuestro tenemos una proporción de carbón 14.
In our bodies, we do have part of carbon in a carbon 14 way.
Y como lo comprendo yo ahora, hoy en día, es que podemos establecer la línea de comunicación, nuestro carbón 14, con lo del alma vertical o plantas.
And now we're starting to learn how with the carbon 14, we have this connection with the plants and the media.
Pero por mi comprensión es solo la interfaz, porque normalmente vamos a pasar al carbón 60 y más allá.
And as far as I gather, it's the interface between us and plants, but we'll continue up to carbon 60 and farther.
Eso es lo que he comprendido y por eso comemos muy, muy poquito.
That's why here we eat very, very little. amount of
Pero solo disfrutar del gusto esa vez sin matar.
the correct way is to what's the word now? Disfrutar.
Disfrutar es enjoy.
Enjoy, yes. Yeah, you're right. We have to enjoy what we taste when we eat, not eat because we need to eat for filling our bellies.
Y claro, hay una diferencia entre alimentarnos directamente del campo. Es muy, muy intenso, es completo.
There's a big difference in between feeding off the fields. It's much more, very more intense and complete.
Pero también a veces me gusta tomar un poquito con la fisicalidad.
But many a time I also like to have a go at physicality.
Yo regalo a la planta, al hombre vertical de mi alma, él me regala una parte de sí.
I give to the plants and they give us back some of their fields and physicality.
Es otra línea de comunicación que ahora aprendemos a utilizarla.
This is a new communication we are learning from Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gianni. I remember Mr. Keshe saying, if we can become more humble than the lamb, we can absorb the fields of the lamb without killing it. I don't know if don't think I've done that yet, but apparently there is also a humble factor in this, Gianni.
También hay otra línea para hacer esa comunicación. Hay otro método.
There is another method we could do this.
Y por ejemplo, si metes una semilla dentro de la boca y lo vas a humectar con la saliva.
If you get hold of a seed and put it under your tongue and moisture it with your saliva.
Yes.
Ya cuando va a crecer, la línea de comunicación ya está establecida.
And this is to connect yourself with a seed. And this is a very old tradition. Old agriculturists used to do this, put the seeds under their tongue for a while and then plant it. And there's a big difference. There's a communication between the plant through the seed and yourself.
En ese modo ya no importa la distancia porque me puedo conectar con el hombre vertical, con la planta de cualquier rincón del mundo o más allá.
Doing this, we have a direct connection. There's no distance between the plants and ourselves.
Ya no hace falta matar o romper o sacar algunas cosas.
There's no need to kill or maim the plants to be able to feed us ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Yes, and if I could, I'll just share the picture that Gianni had shared with us of this winter wheat that they planted. And it looks like, just a moment, I'll share the screen here. This was done last fall, I believe, plasmatizing the seeds on, as I understand it, it was over 100 hectares of land.
Yes, it's correctly. 80 hectáreas de trigo.
I can see the traces of the snow on the sides over here and over here. So most of the field has now melted. Beautiful, lush, very tasty looking. And I know
Yes,
this,
Mark.
yeah, I know people will be eating this, but growing it with the plasmatic method also becomes the soul elevator. Mr. Keshe told us about that with the wine, and the other food that was grown plasmatically actually becomes a elevation for the soul. And I think in the longer term, it will actually reduce or make us aware of actually what we're doing in the longer term. So yes, we'll continue eating. People will continue eating until they understand more. But in this process of taking in, I believe, plasmatically grown fruits, vegetables, plants, and the others, you'll come to a realization of what you're actually doing by physically consuming it. And that will lead to the next step of just absorbing the fields, perhaps. But very beautiful application, Gianni. I mean, this is and a hectare is like isn't it like an acre or two, John? Or is
No, it's I think it's just over 4 acres into a hectare.
so this is huge, and this looks like the Ukraine in a way, but it's more Moldova.
¿En
Yes,
Moldavia?
Moldavia es a unos 150, esa zona es cerca de Ucrania, a unos, digamos, 350 metros.
We're only 350 meters away from Ukraine, or
And-
Ukraine.
And these plots are without fertilizer and they're without pesticides, as I understand it. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, Mark. Solo hemos utilizado el plasma. Solo.
We have only used plasma.
Pero utilizando los 3 niveles de comunicación.
We have used the 3 different levels of communication with the plants and seeds.
Los nanos materiales que hemos obtenido de las plantas de la zona, de la misma zona.
These being the nano components, GANS water and fields, no?
Yes, nanoplantas, John, GANS water y las semillas plasmatizadas. 3 líneas de comunicación. ¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Yeah, ya lo había dicho, pero lo vuelvo a repetir. Here we've got the connection with the GANSes, the plasma water or GANS water, and the seeds.
Y también los nanos materiales de plantas, John.
Sí, los GANSes o nanomateriales.
No es lo
Also
mismo.
using the GANSes made out of the original plants.
Los nanos materiales, que también son plasma, tienen una intensidad. El aquaplasma tiene otra, el GANS y el aminoácido, el otra. Son 3 líneas de comunicación.
These 3 different communication lines have different levels of intensity or energy.
Y todo eso hemos obtenido, el dinero fue menos de $100.
We have only spent less than $100 for these 80 hectares.
Y lo que se ve en el campo, eso es después de unos 35 centímetros de nieve.
And this is just after having about 35 centimeters of snow, over a foot of snow in the winter.
Pero las plantas que están ya tratadas con plasma ya no se congelan como las otras.
And these plants won't freeze like other plants do normally.
Thank you, Mark.
Beautiful work,
Yeah.
as we always say, Gianni. And of course, the farmers appear to be happier as well. We saw some of the pictures or the video you showed when you were actually plasmatizing the seeds. All of the pesticides and everything that normally accompanies the seeds or that you have to spread causes a lot of problems for the farmer. You've also reduced the pollution the poisoning of the planet with all the runoffs of the pesticides and the fungicides and the rest of it, fertilizers and so on. These are, so you've done a beautiful work here and reducing the, as you showed with the cows, reduction in input, but yet dramatic increases in output using the plasma technology.
Yeah, the land here, the hectares, the 80 hectares would be about 350 acres.
That's huge. Beautiful work for less than $100. Did he say less than $100?
Exactly.
En realidad es mucho menos, pero es
In reality, it's very much less than that, but we got to give us some sort of a number.
Yes.
porque con $100 hemos hecho el plasma para 250 hectáreas.
With $100, we've done the plasma for 150 hectares.
Beautiful. And I know he said he was going to show some other plots of other farmers that are growing without the plasma, and apparently they look like they're lagging behind in a way. I
Yes,
haven't
Mark,
seen the pictures, but I know you said you'd probably present them maybe in the reactor group. So anyone,
yes.
Yep, everyone's invited. Gianni usually stops into the reactor group and has beautiful things like this to show us week after week after week, whether it's on a farm for growing agriculture, whether it's on a animal husbandry, many other beautiful applications that you can see. Gianni is actually really doing one of the best jobs I've seen working with the plasma. He's living the plasma.
Yes. Thank you, Mark. I living in the dimension of plasma.
Yeah, this is what Mr. Keshe is saying. We can open many new dimensions for all of us to understand more of our own capabilities. But the agriculture is a soul elevator, and through that elevation, I think it'll actually reduce the amount of consumption.
Yes. Eso es lo que pasa cuando una planta crece feliz. Ya no hace falta comer muy poco porque ya te llenas de esa felicidad de los campos. La integridad de los campos.
You manage this when the plants grow in a joyful way and they live and interact with you in a different way.
Yes.
Y estos campos se están transmitiendo a otras plantas.
And these plants are also interacting with other plants from the neighbors.
Y poco a poco ya tenemos el planeta en equilibrio. Thank you.
In the near future, we'll have the whole planet living in equilibrium.
It's a beautiful green, and it just doesn't look like there's any area that's lacking at all here. They all look like they're working together and quite happy. Beautiful.
Remember, Mr. Keshe told us that in Russia they were planting the wheat under the snow.
Yes, it was growing in the snow conditions. And we see the snow right on the boundaries here. So it just recently has, not all of it has even melted away. And this was planted last October or November. I was never familiar with winter. They call this winter wheat. It's planted in the fall and then it pops up in the spring. But this is much more profound than the other farmers in the area that are using the standard pesticides and fertilizers on their crops. And we could see the pictures of the farmers that you showed us were quite happy when they were plasmatizing the seeds. I remember this. Thank you, Gianni.
Mark, por los hechos, fuimos invitados a una televisión de Rumanía y ya sabe toda la Rumanía lo que se hace ahí.
We were invited over to a TV station, and now the whole of Romania is heard of all this
Excellent.
evolution.
Y también hemos hecho más culturas, no solo del trigo, pero poco a poco, cuando voy a pasar, voy a compartir todo del sitio.
In the near future, I'll share all the different experiences we have had with the agriculture.
Estamos a disposición de todos los que quieren para compartir todo eso con todas las explicaciones y todo lo que hemos hecho. Thank you.
We're offering this knowledge for whoever is needing it to be able to teach it elsewhere.
Perfecto. Beautiful. So very simply, but again, I think there was about 300 pounds of seeds per acre, something along, or per hectare, perhaps. I think that they plasmatized. So again,
250 kilos por hectárea.
250 kilograms per hectare.
of seed.
Yes, of
Yeah.
seed.
Wow.
Of seed.
So that was a big
Cuando normalmente
project.
se usa mucho más, ¿no?
Sí.
Normally they use very much more quantities of seeds for planting.
Oh, because
Y-
of the failure. Yes.
De 250 semillas va a salir a un hectárea unos 9.000 kilos.
This will produce about 9 tons of wheat.
Eso es el regalo que hace la naturaleza con nosotros.
This is a nice present that nature is giving us.
So the farmer must have tipped his hat in a way to you, Gianni, and to your team.
El que tiene la granja debe estar agradeciéndote en demasía.
Yeah.
Pues está muy feliz porque todas las químicas ya no utilizan nada y los costos para la producción y todo son muy pequeños. Ni se puede creer eso.
He's very happy because it's very much cheaper to produce this and it will produce very much more fodder
Porque
Well,
no
for
hace
us, but
falta.
for the animals.
No hace falta ir muchas veces con la tractora, no se consuma combustible. No hace falta entrar en el campo, así que ya del principio es como fantástico lo que pasa. Pero no, es normal, natural.
He'll use less seeds and won't have to use his tractor many a time. He'll economize in petrol.
right. Now, will the seeds reproduce, Gianni, after this season? Will they, I know in India, Mr. Keshe said the number one reason for suicide, the farmers have a very high suicide rate because they need to borrow money to buy the seeds and the other inputs that they need. And by the end of the year, they have very little, almost cannot even feed their families with the profit. So are these seeds able to reproduce themselves, or are they genetically modified?
No,
Well,
eso no es trigo que no está modificado. Es un tipo de trigo muy viejo.
this is a very old seedling which we use. Our friends Monsanto, they make their own seeds that won't last for over a year. The next year they are useless.
Right.
No, aquí es the farm is es un sitio para experimentar, así que se puede utilizar cualquier cosa.
This is for experimental reasons, so we could experiment with anything, but here we're having very good results, as you can see.
How long has the farmer been in business farming? This farmer.
¿Hace cuánto que este agricultor está trabajando en la agricultura?
Pues es ingeniero agricultor y trabaja más de 30 años en la agricultura.
He's an agricultural engineer and has been working for over 30 years in this zone.
Antes de encontrarse con nosotros, utilizaba las químicas, pero en un porcentaje de 10% de como utilizaba todos.
Before knowing us, he used to use only 10% of the chemicals that other people use. And now he's changed completely, gone to zero with us.
Y claro, estaba en el camino y por eso encontró la dimensión del plasma.
He's on the wayside, so now he has found the road to plasma.
En Plasma Reactor Group tenemos a Mijaela y Laurencio, que son los dueños de esa farm, y también explica a ellos un poco por qué lo he hecho.
In the plasma group, the owners of these lands are in our group, and that's why they've been testing all this out with us.
Fue en el mes de octubre, noviembre, cuando hemos sembrado. Si os acordáis.
Last October, November, we sowed these lands.
So these plants will be ready for harvest when?
¿Cuándo van a poder cultivar?
Pues en el mes de junio, por ahí, y después vamos a sembrar otras cosas.
We'll be able to pick up
The grains?
En el mes de junio, John, vamos
yeah.
a
No,
recoger.
sí, pero la palabra, pero I'm short of the words many a time. I can't remember them. But in June, they'll be not sowing, but cultivating this wheat and preparing the land for some other production.
Pues después de recoger el trigo, John, solo vamos a venir con otras semillas plasmatizadas y sembrarla, nada más. El terreno está preparado.
Yeah, we don't have to prepare the land. We'll pick up the wheat and come along with new other seeds, with not having to remove plow the land.
Yes. Beautiful, beautiful work. Yes, you've shown professionally educated people that work with animals. They couldn't find a solution. You showed them a solution with the plasma technology, and now with the farming. I'm doing it just a little in my house, but I know it can be replicated. But those are beautiful testimonials we should have from the farmer, and also the one with the PhD that has the 30 or 40 milking cows. They probably already have those testimonials, but very beautiful to hear it right from the farmer. And what a surprise that this could be possible with so much less input. And look at the beauty that's been created here.
También el médico que tiene la farm de cow, las granjas donde tiene las vacas, ha hecho algunas medidas de los campos del aquaplasma que tiene en el pozo.
The veterinarian that tends the cows has also been testing the plasma and the water and all the different reactions with cattle.
Y en la próxima semana me voy otra vez en el sitio para completar el nivel 3.
Next week I'll be going over to this place again so I can complete all the learnings from what we have done.
En los 7 meses ha crecido la producción de leche con 2 litros por cada vaca, pero la calidad unas 100 veces.
The milkman has told us that his production has increased about 2 liters a cow, but the quality of the milk is 100 times better.
Lo mismo pasa con las abejas, con las cabras, con todo. Lo mismo.
This is also happening with the bees,
Yes.
and all the different
The
animals.
goats. Yep.
Yeah.
Eso es la dimensión del plasma. Ten cuidado.
This is the dimension of plasma.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much, Gianni, for sharing. I think it's encouraged all of us, and especially any farmers or veterinarians that are listening. There are many more solutions than you've been taught, and they're so much easier and less expensive, and again, very productive ways to implement the plasma into so many different situations. Again, it has this intelligence of bringing a beautiful balance into any situation. So it has a consciousness, it has a bringing of a balance of
Y
feelings.
Mark, los que con quien trabajamos, los talleres son libres, todos.
We are
John?
giving this knowledge away freely to all the farmers,
Yes.
vets.
Pero siempre va a entrar algunos fondos en la fundación, pero sin nombre.
We'll always contribute with some anonymous funds towards the foundation.
Porque también tenemos que devolver a la fundación de donde hemos encontrado la solución, el método. Ten
We
cuidado.
all have to contribute with the foundation,
Yes.
which has been giving us all this knowledge in a very nice way.
Yes, as Mr. Keshe said, he could have sold out years and years ago for billions and billions of dollars and this technology, and then none of us would have understood any of this. And so we're very thankful, and we all should support the foundation in whatever way you can, financially or doing other work. It's not always money, but Mr. Keshe says we always take in and then we turn it around to develop more. It's almost like this process of giving and receiving, that you give and you receive, and then so you can give more. And look at the beautiful work Gianni is doing.
Y también ya aparecieron los espacios libres, como el plasma.
There have also appeared some new lands which are being
No,
offered.
espacios libres, porque el primero es en la centro de la ciudad, Târgu.
No entiendo el concepto que quieres vertir.
Es un espacio que un dueño le ha regalado para utilizarlo. Puesto a la disposición sin ninguna pretensión.
The owners of some of these lands have been offered to be able to give us or have the opportunity to show all this to everybody.
Excellent.
En ese caso tenemos en el centro de la ciudad un espacio donde hacemos 3 días cada mes talleres del plasma.
In the center of the city, we got a place where 3 times a month we could show people the results we're having.
Estamos trabajando sin dinero, solo regalar y recibir.
We're not working with money. We're giving away a lot of seeds to people and a lot of knowledge in this place in the center of the city.
Los que participan de otras ciudades o otros países tienen ya todo asegurado sin tener que pagar, sino el transporte para llegar ahí.
Other countries or places can require our knowledge, can just invite us over. They just have to cater for our travel.
Nosotros así, en ese modo, vivimos de mucho tiempo. Es posible.
Yes, why would they refuse? I'm sure you've inspired the whole of Moldova with these pictures and others around the world. That needs to go into some sort of farming publication. Many of them will probably laugh and say, "This is impossible." I think they're fooling us, but as we get the testimony of the actual farmers and what it's done, what a beautiful job, Gianni. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Gianni, and your team.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to the workshop. And anything else, Gianni, you want to share with us today?
Mark, sí, al final del taller vamos a hablar del domo y la línea de comunicación en el domo.
¿Cómo?
John, please.
Por favor, John.
I'm sorry. Maybe at the final the workshop, he talked about the dome and communication line in the dome.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, Gianni. So let's go back. Again, this is, we're going to continue on with this idea of feeding and how we can move more out of the matter state and into the dimension of energy. Peter has asked a question of Mr. Keshe. He's one of the new knowledge seekers, let's say, or maybe he's not so new, but he's been around the knowledge for a while. And he's building a feeding system. But let's see what Mr. Keshe says about it. Again, to completely do it in the matter state or with these cups and so on, there's a lot of knowledge. You have to understand the totality, Mr. Keshe said. Otherwise, you'll be leaving out, as he said, the body needs uranium, it needs plutonium, it needs other things, that emotional aspect of it too. So that's why even on the feeding system that is being developed by the Keshe Foundation, they're still sort of putting the final touches on it in a way. There's more to be added to it. And this is Mr. Keshe saying that the team has to understand more about it. So, and I think he concluded with Peter by saying, you know, feeding the physicality is one thing, but try to walk away from so much in the matter state and try to feed the soul of the man, which again will in turn feed the physicality. So let's hear from Peter. And thank you, Peter, for posing this question.
Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, we have a hand up here from Peter, and he also had a question in the Q&A, and it has to do, he has been in the Keshe Plasma reactor group in the last couple of weeks as well, and showing his creations of amino acids and techniques for creating ganses. And he uses higher voltages than we normally do, and has created a lot of quantity of ganses. I'd like to have him talk directly rather than read his question, because I'm sure he can explain things better. So go ahead, Peter.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, Rick. My name is Peter. I'm from Poland. I'm trying to create a magra feeding device or a plasmatic feeding device. At the current state, it is in a shape of a cup. I have used in it 3 different amino acids because from what I understand, we can get from them magnetical gravitational fields at similar strength that we are getting from different foods we consume. I have also added ganses of content of seawater and a composite gans of iron and deuterium on it. I know from your teachings that we absorb 80% of energies from environment, but we are chained to this 20% of energies which we need to gather from the food and water. So this device that I'm trying to create, I'm trying to create with this device field strength of this missing 20% of energies that we need to gather from outside, from the food and water. And I'm not sure how much of percentage of the total gravitational magnetical field these devices produces. If there's a need, I can show pictures of this device, how I set it up all together. And my question would be how to create from those 3 different amino acids. I've put it on the device, and from these composite ganses, how to create billions and billions of combinations of field strength that every cell in our body will get what it needs from the fields.
First of
I
all,
hope I explained everything.
yeah, I understand. First of all, the production of gases, as Rick explained, or as I understand, with different voltages and high currents, does not make that much difference in the state of the gas produced, because the limitation is in separation. Once an atom separates as another material into a singularity, or what we call a gas, unless you can absorb more energy and you can create energies above its matter state gas, then it evolves. But again, to the matter level. If you introduce a gas current to the gas, you will see it behave different. So there are a lot of limitations, a lot of understanding. This is why a long time ago, I spoke about gas of gases. Creating gases out of the energy balance, not out of matter state balance. And if the scientists of today, or knowledge seekers of today, will understand this, then we can create a lot of new condition damage. Does not matter how much current you produce. The only thing you will change is very limited, because the rest of the energy you put in as a matter, current or voltage, will not change much in the structure of the gas, energy magnetic field balance. You affect the boundaries they create, but you won't affect the actual entity. And till those come into balance, you might see your gases change color from one thing to another, because they're just like a virus, they give energy somewhere else till they deplete to the energy they are. Then to create a true multiplication of the gases and the fields of the body of the man, the knowledge seekers are about maybe 3-5 years away. None of you have understood this. That to create a combination of the gases that the full body of the man needs, you have not come to understand the totality of the truth about the creation in the dimension of this created system. And as I always said, I play along with you till you understand. The knowledge seekers who work around me, work with me, to understand this. I teach, I explain something, and if it's understood at a point, I'll let it go. Months later, years later, I'll come back to it and say, remember we did this, now you understand the knowledge? As knowledge seekers, if you carry on with what you're doing with the gases you created and you're trying to feed yourself, you'll still be shortfalling on what this planet has done. And a few knowledge seekers, what I see and what I hear in the scientific world, and knowledge seekers who are the layman, like many of you, you have not come to understand this. You make answers, but you still need to go and eat because you have not managed to create a spectrum of the field energies of the body. In the body of the man, you need GANs of uranium, you need the GANs of plutonium, you need the GANs of gold, you need the GANs of hydrogen, you need the GANs of every other element. And sometimes the closest you can get to, not even near to, is the GANs of the seawater. But again, which water from which sea? All the animals in the ocean are not the same. Depending on the combination of the elements and condition, you get different fishes and animals in the ocean. But one thing you have to realize is that, do you see man in the sea today? So the sea does not provide all man needs, otherwise man would have been living in the ocean. Man lives out of the combination of the fields of the matter, liquid, and the gas of this planet. When you manage to understand this, then you understand you access to some of the knowledge that it needs to feed the man. This is why we are different color and races and creeds. You don't find, as our what I call knowledgeable politicians said, the polar bears are eating all the other ones, penguins, and that's a problem of global warming. What he didn't understand was the polar bears are in the North Pole and they have a long way to swim, that all the ice in the North Pole melts that they can get to the South Pole to eat the penguins. That's why we don't have Mr. Al Gore as president of the United States. He never came to understand the polar bears are in the north and the penguins in the south. And he was the head of CO2 and the global warming of us as human race. So understand, you need a combination of the fields of the air of this planet, a combination of the matter state of this planet, which comes in through the soil, through the matter states we absorb, to the animals who eat it. And then we need to understand what the liquids of this planet creates and gives us, because we drink it all the time. It does not matter how many times is siphoned, cleaned, and pasteurized, and everything else. So for you to understand how to create a system to feed the man, is you have to bring everything together. If you have been somebody who worked with me years ago, when I used to build a system, you always got 3 bottles from me. One was for the air, one was for the water, and one was for eating, which is the body of the man absorbed. So when you try to get to this point, when you try to get to the point of creating gases that you can feed, you can create disbalances in the body. And if you create it with a high energy, doesn't mean that you get a higher level energies from your gases. You have to understand the whole proposition of life on this planet and anywhere else. We have a question mark now. We are planning to colonize Moon in the next 2 years, next 5 years, with cooperation of government. We are planning not to take anything to the moon. No greenhouses, no cows, no grain. But we have to be able to supply all the needs of the soul of the man, that in manifestation in the dimension of physicality, that entity can survive the conditions on the moon. Does not mean to wear a monkey suit, a spacesuit. It means to manifest, have enough energies, conditions that you can move, you can survive, you can enjoy the condition. Colonization does not mean imprisonment of man in greenhouses under pressure and temperatures. When you go from England to Australia, you don't put yourself in a greenhouse because you live in a condition of the environment. And this should be the same for the man in the space. Otherwise, we have not changed in knowledge and technology. This is why we teach, we promote, we try to get you to understand about the energy package of the man. We call it the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man. How does your inner gravity, which you call the soul, interacts with the gravity of the moon, that in interaction with the presence of the field of inertia creates being that can survive on the moon. Otherwise, we just change a prison to another. Try to understand. The teaching from now on will be very extensive if you understand it. If you don't understand it, as one of my sons, you say, Papa, it just goes over me. I don't understand it. I was with a group of people very recently, and one said, this is whatever he talks, is nothing in the books, it's against everything, it's upside down. And the head of negotiations said, you know something? We're going to write the books that people understand this because this makes sense. Then, because it's in the book in the university, you accept it because you read it. I looked, I said, it's the first time I've seen a wise man. He said, we can't accept it because Newton and Einstein, blah, blah, blah. He said, now we open the universities and we write the books about this knowledge because it makes sense. Then man understands and work and develop the correct way. This is what the problem with a lot of our knowledge seekers is. Not a problem. We haven't been educated. The problem is the lack of education in the right way. We teach you all in a matter state, and now we bring you to university and we want to teach you about the plasma. It doesn't work. But it doesn't work, it doesn't mean it's wrong. We haven't learned the 2 dimensions. And things look strange. We want to achieve things and then it doesn't work. And example of this was we tested, this was one of the reasons I tested the food session last month. And we brought you back to see how many of you, how you felt, what you had. Did you feel energy? Did you feel lose weight? Whatever. This was for us to test how good our system are set up. It wasn't about you, how you feel to eat. Actually, the whole of the trial of the food was for the Keshe Foundation scientists to understand what we were missing in the development of the technology. How come you could not be fed and not to eat continuously? And what was missing in our structure of development? In the upcoming systems, when we put, you've seen we put a system that you pay €1,000 per year, you get all the food. What was missing? 70% or 30% had a survivor. So the system is correct to produce water. We are missing the others. And then what are we missing long term that we don't cause other problems, lack of depletion of other things in our system and technology? You were happy to eat with a creator, but we were happy to learn what we need to correct in our systems. And for that reason, we have added into the system now testing going for minerals, matter state. That if we can give you completion of the short, what we call minerals, that gives you a long-term reduction in hunger. And this is what came out in research. In you dining with the creator of the system found out what needs to be completed more. You are all part of this development of technology. But I have to drag you with different things, dining with the things, drug addiction, war leaders, to see what is the emotional part of the system we need to adjust. What we need in you not wanting to eat all the time the same thing to deplete my system, all from the strawberries next time, is addiction to strawberry. How can I drag you in if you're alcoholic, if you want to, for us to see how our system is, that when it comes to the final system, we understand all the problems. Meeting with the soul of the world leaders was very important to see how we can affect the emotion in our system, that you feel happy, you heard, you can bring the change, you see yourself equal as a world leader. And what do we need to change? When we do that survey at the end, it's not for you to see what, it's for us to see where the system needs fixing. When you feel you're heard, you're satisfied. When you feel you're not heard, you behave somewhere to become a radical. And this is what we cannot afford. So I have to satisfy that system, build a system that feels you're heard. When you're on the moon in a colony, I don't get riots. I don't get man on board, the man that's over the board. You come in for what you think, but at the same time, we'll let you do. We allow things to happen, but we're gathering knowledge in how to adjust our system. Since the creation of what we told you about meeting with the creator, we are very happy to came and whatever. For us was to monitor what system is missing. If you understand it, I'll put it to you this way. You eat sugar for immediate energy. You eat vegetables for a short term. You eat meat for a long-term energy, or grains who have protein equal to meat for a long-term, 8 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. But these carry different minerals, they carry different elements. And in the time, on the table of the dining with the creator, we monitored why some of you have to come back. Why do you feel hungry? So why some of you had no difference? Long-term, those of you who felt better, you took more energy, your physicality lost some weight. Because the minerals are that neat. Which means we need to bring in games of the heavier elements into the fields of the system. Then you will last your energy at a higher level 24 hours, 48 hours. And when you take energy that way, the body doesn't need it, it comes through the soul, it comes through the dimension of what we call energy fields. So whatever you do around and walk around and work is burning what is not needed as fat, and you lose weight. So you have to understand the process and in a way to perfect the system. The next structure for us, the next cycle of teaching for many of you is to construct. You go to the moon, you want to stay there for 2 or 3 days, you want to feel the dimension of it. I can't take you bricks, sorry. And I can't take you concrete to build you. You want to have a tent that you open up, you enjoy this side of the moon and tomorrow that. I have to build energy system which creates walls, partition. These are what is to come. And it's not something. With the pattern, it was put out 17, 18 years ago for you. Now you're coming to it. Those walls you stay in has to create energies that it feeds you. It's what you need without you killing. What happened if you see an alien on the moon? Oh, the first thing, I haven't eaten, I better see how it tastes. I better eat it. Did a man do that in a craft, in an airplane a few years ago, fell in the snow in the mountain and they start eating each other? Didn't happen in South America when they got stuck on the mine, they were attacking who's going to be eaten first. Is man going to take this habit into the space? Or as a scientist developing this technology, we have to look after all of it. And by test or whatever, if I want to do a survey to understand this, go and find somebody who bring thousands of people, it takes years. I announce I want to do addiction, 100, 200 of you come in. I get the data, I get the information, what is wrong, what we have to increase, what we have to, and you're happy, you got rid of your addiction to chocolate. So it's a matter of exchanging. You give us the knowledge, we give you the satisfaction. To become the man of space needs a lot of knowledge. The true man of space, you're quite welcome. Mr. Musk puts a rocket on the backside of the thing and you are happy with it, you're going. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, to what I understood, I should look to make ganses and amino acids of different food types, like different meat, rice, milk, vegetables, fruits, and others, to get this necessary field strength for our body, to get this daily need of spectrum of fields for the body.
That's what you need to do, but you have to understand how the body composition is. Go back to 2014 when we had one of these Indian gurus came to the Keshe Foundation Center. And he was very holy because I don't know, 5 or 7 times he managed not to eat for 21 days. And I explained to him how he cheated. You don't need to make ganses if you understand it. You can take enough from the space to feed yourself. Just twist your lung a different way and see if you move a little bit to the right and put the pressure on the right shoulder and pull your left leg up. I can taste banana. Now move your shoulder to the up of your neck like a chicken and drag your legs out, change the space of the lung. This tastes like chicken. So next time I want to feel chicken, I stretch my legs and push my neck up and that's it. I get the energy of the chicken because I taste it. So with the breathing, you can create that. And you can last a long time. But the biggest unfortunate thing is there's no air on the moon. You can stretch yourself to have it because there's no air to breathe. So you have to find solution in a dimension of fields. And it's not just idle vegetables. What about you forgot about the energy of the emotion? Life is a very big pot of field, which you have to learn to satisfy all of them. Otherwise, you have lack of vitamin C and it gives you this disease, or you have lack of calcium, half of your hip disappears. Try, it's good thing you started this way, but try to look in a broader spectrum. And try to understand the totality of need of the man's soul, not the physicality of the man. And then you can feed the man anywhere in the universe. You're still looking in how to feed the man in the dimension of physics. And this is what I keep on telling you, maybe you understand for the first time. Look for the dimension of the strength of the soul of the man that he feeds a man, and not dimension of vegetables and carrots and tomatoes and potatoes. The soul of the man does not know what a potato is. This is what I said. In one instance, if you understand it, you can reach the soul of the Creator. This is what you got to understand. And if you're still in the dimension of feeding the soul, or in the dimension of feeding physicality with all these pitfalls, seawater, contaminated air, cabbage, and tomatoes, and make you cancer with it. Knowledge seekers like you got that you've gone that far, you have to look over your shoulder, over a little bit further, that you understand the process of the creation. But this time, try to understand the process of creation of the soul of the man, not the physicality of the man, because this physicality on the moon cannot live. We will bring back many carcasses. And then we are in the next level. This is the purpose of the teaching. This is the purpose of expanding the knowledge, but in the smaller steps, that slowly, knowledge seekers in different levels and the scientists in the level will come to understand what we have to and where we have to go. Any other question?
Okay, any comments on that? It seems like he said man is about 3 to 5 years away from really developing a true feeding system. I think the Keshe technology is getting there, and we're all helping to develop this system. Of course, the next one is going to be on the 28th. And again, it's not so much for you, it's to develop a system that will be able to reach across this planet and across the universe to meet the needs of those. So you're helping to develop the systems by what's happening with you and the feedback that you're giving to the Keshe Foundation. Yes, some, as he said, in exchange for knowledge they gave, they reduced or got rid of their appetite for chocolate or their craving for chocolate, so to speak. But this is quite a big knowledge because the body of the man is quite complex. So it's about understanding this broad spectrum of fields if you're going to make a feeding system. But I think as we learn how to control this inertia, that we'll be able to, we're the cup, we're the universal body enhancement spaceship unit. It's just we have to learn how to use it and how to apply it and to change this inertia to absorb what we need. And he said, don't try to feed the physicality. Try to find out what the soul needs. And in feeding the soul, it will feed the physicality. We've heard it mentioned a few ways by Mr. Keshe, but the beauty of it is we're helping by going into these monthly sessions. It's helping to develop a system that will reach perfectly across this planet. I don't mean just reach, but to provide everything that's needed. There's many things I've never realized, that you need uranium and you need plutonium and this and this and this. So emotions need to be created as well. So by participating in these monthly seminars, let's call them, you're actually testing the system in a way so that the team and Mr. Keshe can perfect the system. I think Mr. Keshe knows it forward and backward, but it's for the team to understand it, and then man will be able to replicate these systems. So the next event is coming up on the 28th. The booking is open until the 25th. So I would encourage all of you to take part in these sessions. Again, everyone seems to experience something different, because I think the system is actually able to divide us in a way into different sections so that it can get direct feedback from different people. And each one of us, as he said, we absorb different fields, we create different emotions, we're all unique. So it's creating this broad spectrum of feedback. And this is what you're actually participating in. But they called it addiction, they called it dining with the creator, they called it elevation of the world leaders. So that we would come in a way and participate, but they're just looking really to develop a system that will, again, provide the perfect tool for everyone to partake in this. So making a feeding system by making the GANs of meat or potatoes is not a very full spectrum. And it would take us, I think he said, 3 to 5 years for man to fully understand this full spectrum of fields. We're going to go back for one more clip here. And this, again, is a short clip. Let me just move it up a bit. And it's many times we've heard of these people who not read your fortune, but it's sort of like that in a way. I know Azar was talking about going in to see certain doctors or certain practitioners who, if you just give them your name and your birth, time, date, and where it was, they can sort of tell you everything about yourself. But Mr. Keshe explains it in a little bit different way, that they sort of make observations of you when you come in, the position of your shoulders, perhaps. Are you tilted? Are you leaning? But they have a lot of knowledge in observation. And so this is why they sometimes get many things right. He went on to say that most of us could be able to do this, but they don't always get it right. And I thought I would play this just to give you a little bit more understanding of when you go to these people, how they actually determine what they're trying to determine about you.
Them just there's nothing.
There is something people understand, because I looked at these things a few times. How can the time and the place of birth and whatever and a position create, and people can tell you, just give me your birth date and the time and the place and the name, I can tell you whatever it is. Seen many of these. In some ways, how many times and how many people can do this? And how many times you've been inside with these people that they got it 100% right? The knowledge some people carry because they feel. And the knowledge is some people do things because they see. I talked to someone about something like this, where you go to a place and they ask for your birth date or whatever. And the conclusion was, you know, when you come in, they watch you. They are a good observer. And they see you, how your shoulder is, how your arm is, how you walk. And they ask you the questions, but they're already predetermined. Okay, I see that, I'll put my hand there, so they believe the rest of what I'll tell you. But sometimes the knowledge comes from the vision. Many of us, all of us, don't see exactly the same thing as the others. We see different dimensions of fields. We feel different dimensions of fields. Some of us are due to the structure of our brain and the structure of our physicality, have an interaction different way with the fields. And this, some of us use it to our advantage, or sometimes we use it to help the others with it. We have to understand the knowledge. Then when you go to a person like this, ask you your birthday or your place or whatever, or puts a hand somewhere, it doesn't become a mystery. You have to understand the wisdom. How? And can it be repeated? Or can we encourage these people to allow others to extend as they do? The knowledge, the vision, the spectrum, what do they do? And this is one of the reasons we keep and give the knowledge this way, that no one in space become magician. You don't need to go to somebody to take your name and date when they just watch you how you walk in and the rest. That no one become another prophet or a specialist in something. We are all a specialist because we attract a specific fields that the others don't. So you have to understand the knowledge of the person. And you have to watch how many times they get out of, how many times correct. And then ask them, how did you get it correct? Maybe sometimes just by coincidence. I used to have a very close friend in Manchester, very, very close friend of mine. And everybody said when he touches your pain point, he gets rid of your pain. And I was in a lot of pain one day. We were together in the office. And he said, no, sit down, sit down. I'll take your pain away. They tell me you have a pain in your ankle. And he puts his hand on my ankle, and I never known so much pain in my life. I said, you know something? Just don't touch me next time. How come he has a healing of what they call getting energy from the others, but I got all the energies got from the others back in me? So we have to understand the knowledge and the emotion and become good at it in the dimension of fields. Then we go to the people who are specialized in certain strengths. In a very near future, you can buy an app from Keshe Foundation in a matter of short time. And on these apps, you buy app for food, app for cancer, app for Alzheimer's, app for banana, whatever. You get a variation of the apps. And you tap on it and you go, you want a banana, you get the taste of banana and everything else. This is the future of the food and wellness, which is on the horizon. So can we give you all the same taste of the same banana, where your energy fields are slightly different than the other guy? It might be a sour banana to you, sweet than the other one, but the whole structure is what energy you take from it. Do we need to give a taste value to it that gives you the right emotion, or we just give you the what the banana is supposed to give as energy to you without actually giving the feeling you had a banana? And this is where the science and the technology of the man is gone. And then this people, where they get the knowledge is we are made of different composition. And we are all unique. And we can all learn and we can all teach. But this going to someone's birthdays or touching somewhere is individuality of what we call developing and observing so many positions about the fields, about the time, and observing how many people fit into that picture.
Okay, any comments on that? I thought the most exciting part was he said they're going to be developing apps. Now we know in the store where they have the, let's see if we can just find it here. Maybe I can't find it. But this wellness program that they talked about right now, it's apparently it's not available. This one here. And this is the comprehensive universal plasma coverage. Again, a wellness program will come in the future. A nourishment program will come in an app, apparently very soon. An app for food, an app for cancer, an app that you can put on your phone for Alzheimer's and so on. I think it says it's out of stock right now. Yes, it's out of stock. But this is the program that's going to be coming, and it's going to be coming through applications or apps that you can download onto your devices and then work with it. So very beautiful what is coming from the Keshe Foundation. And as I said, by participating in these monthly sessions here, you become part of the testing in a way and helping to develop the system. So it's very important. As he said, he put it for addiction, he put it for this, he put it for that, but it was just to sort of bring us in. Yes, you'll get something out of it. You'll have a unique experience, I would say, based on my participation in them. But also the bigger point is you're giving to the system, to the team, to understand where they need to make improvements or correct the system. So at this point, that's what these monthly sessions, I think, are really all about. And again, you're getting something in exchange for knowledge you're providing to the foundation. We did have one more clip. I'm not going to play it, but this was the from the workshop at about 3 hours and 10 minutes, I think it was. Let's just see if we can just back that up. Yeah, here it is right here. So this is a 9-minute video, your skin as being an automatic feeding system. And again, it's all automatic. It's your skin with these, Mr. Keshe went into this very unique understanding that this is where the majority of the 80% of the energy that you're absorbing is coming from the skin, from these little holes where the hairs come out, or he said you don't even need a hair, but the hair is like an antenna. If you don't have any hair there, it still has some sort of seed in the root that causes energies to be absorbed into your body. So this was a very unique understanding. We made a little simple video on it as an appetizer, sort of, in a way, for others to start understanding more about their creation. And as we learn to manipulate the inertia, I think these systems will provide us more and more. Again, we're moving into this slowly, and then it will increase over time. But the main point is to develop the system. So if you have 9 minutes, you can hear this, and there's a little bit more at the end about Mr. Keshe talks about, or Azar asks a question about beauty and how people that we see a dog or a cat or a person who's attractive, they are actually, and we pay attention to them, they're actually receiving energy from us. And Mr. Keshe says, you don't know whether that soul needs that energy. That's why they created that beauty for you to look at, because they may become some bright shining star in the future, or the soul may need more energy gathered, because the position they're going to may be quite a long way, and they need this energy to get into that position, or whatever the reason the soul needs certain energies to absorb. So this is a short video. We won't play it, but it's available. We put it in the team, the Keshe American Knowledge Team, which anyone can take it and add to it or change the language. It's in English, but I think it's a beautiful understanding of where the bulk of this 80% we're absorbing from the universe. And now it's been really explained. So as Mr. Keshe said, this workshop should be reviewed a number of times by each one of us, and we're all unique. So we're all going to take, as we are taking different energies, creating different emotions. And this is part of the beauty of creating the Dome of Peace, and especially in the second step. Anyone want to make any comments at this point? I was trying to concentrate more on this feeding, this plasmatic feeding, realizing that we're already doing 80% of it. So filling that 20% gap is probably not as difficult once we learn to manipulate inertia, work a little bit more with the systems, perhaps by the app and so on. But eventually you are the system. And that's what these apps and these other programs that is being offered by the Keshe Foundation is helping you to develop. Somehow it gets embedded within your soul. The soul starts to understand more of what's going on and how to feed the body of the man. And of course, it's becoming more peaceful and moving away from the killing and destroying other creatures. And so we're creating this Dome of Peace. This is something for the physicality to do. Today is Sunday, where we do it collectively. And as we just heard, we're all very unique. We all gather different energies. So now, when we go into the second part, you can understand as we give from our souls that we're all adding certain strength fields that the others may not have. But collectively, and this is what he means by collectively, we're stronger, because we have more of a full spectrum of fields when we participate in something. So let's go to the first part of the Dome of Peace, and this is releasing of Gans waters to elevate the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So you can see we're approaching this from multiple dimensions of bringing peace, reduction in the killing, spreading of the Gans waters for the soul of this planet and for all the inhabitants of this planet, and then going to the second step of the process, which is, again, giving from our souls. And collectively, we have many more fields. I possibly, or may not be possible for me to absorb the energies you're absorbing and vice versa. But it's the soul of the collective, Mr. Keshe said, in giving will create this position of change, no other thing. And we're all unique, and we all have certain fields that the others may not get. We may have very similar fields to the others, but In addition to that, we also have unique fields that we carry. And so by choosing to give those fields to the elevation of the others collectively, I think it's, as he said, we're more effective in a collection, almost like a bouquet. One flower is beautiful, but a bouquet of flowers is even seems to be more attractive in a way, because you're seeing a different spectrum of colors, positions, sizes, shapes, and so on. And this is why together we're more effective than individually. But let's go to the second part of the Dome of Peace, and this is spreading the fields of your soul.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
And as we know, the Brazilians are doing it daily with the daily intentions, which is at 2 a.m. CEST, and you can join that event, and that's daily, and they've been keeping up with that from the beginning, I think, from when Mr. Keshe asked that. Also on Wednesday, they're elevating the soul of the world leaders. That's at 6 p.m. And you can join the Brazilian team who's faithfully carrying this out. So now together, let us, if we can, just find the proper screen here. Let's take 5 minutes of silence. We're together, collectively, inner peace, many different field spectrums. And again, Mr. Keshe reminded us that if a thought comes into you about a world leader or someone else perhaps, but he said especially the world leaders, give to them through your soul because they need it more than anyone, he said. I think that was in the last workshop or perhaps the one before. So let us take 5 minutes of silence collectively, and this is practice for us. As he said, it takes a lot of understanding and a lot of knowledge to go out into space and to survive. And this is part of this process of giving. It's giving and receiving, but at this point we're giving, and the giving is much more important, I think, than perhaps even the receiving. The receiving will come to you, but it's the giving point that we seem to be a little bit stuck on, and we need more practice. So let's just take 5 minutes of silence, and we can begin now. We thank everyone for their continued participation in this process. In addition to the Brazilian team meeting at 2 a.m. CEST or 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 2 a.m. is the daily intentions, and the 6 p.m. on Wednesday is for the elevation of the world leaders and so on. The Universal Council has asked us all at 9 p.m. CEST or CET, depending on which part of the year it's in, to join together on the energy level or soul level to continue this process. It's not in the Telegram, it's not in the Zoom, and it's for you to join on the soul level. And even if you're working or involved in something else, we know we can operate in 2 dimensions simultaneously, as we're learning to be multitaskers in a way. And the women are quite expert at doing this. The men have a little harder time, but we're learning. But to participate in this process, if you think of it, or ask your soul to continue to do it. Or if you see a world leader on television, or you see a picture, or a thought comes into your mind about a world leader, for some reason you don't know why, you haven't thought about Xi Jinping for months or weeks or whatever, and all of a sudden that image appears to you, give to that soul, Mr. Keshe said. The world leaders need it more than anyone. So thank you for your continued participation. And now we're going to go to the best part of the program, which is where Alex comes in if he has finished his presentation, which I'm sure he has. But I'll play the disclaimer again. Alex usually requests me to do that, so no problem. We'll turn the volume down a hair. We'll repeat the disclaimer again. And Alex will come in and join us for another beautiful sharing of knowledge.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And help me in welcoming Alex. We certainly do appreciate your presence, Alex, week in and week out, without fail. I think you've been here regularly, and we certainly do appreciate your presence with us and the sharing of knowledge, of the universal knowledge. And so let's just turn it over to you, and please take the screen. Thank you. Yes, we see your screen. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful meeting so far. Thank you for leading us into this wonderful Sunday afternoon. And so welcome everybody to the North American team meeting. And we all understand why this meeting is so strong is because of the knowledge seekers from around the world who come and support this. And boy, do we ever need it. So thank you all for being here. And we're going to go on another trip because we're looking at the teachings of Marin Devakota Keshe. And this is part of the Spaceship Institute, Plasma Science. So as such, we're talking about here. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're at the intermediate outer space level. We're going to go down the plasma highway. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is April 16th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We're into the outer space search. And so we covered the basic outer space a while ago, and we discovered the reality dimension, which is actually in outer space. And now we're investigating the intermediate outer space. And as I said, we're going to go down this plasma highway because that's how we get to outer space. And as we're searching for this, we find that in order to get that little piece of pie in the sky, we have to go on this plasma highway. And there are many on-ramps and off-ramps on any highway, and we seem to have chosen the smallest one. And it's not a bad place. I think it's heaven, and we call it Earth. And that's why we've all come here. And we all want a piece of it, don't we? But we have it all. We don't need to have a piece of it. And not only that, but this is just a piece of the rest of the universe. And we don't have to have a piece of that. We can have it all. We just have to know how to navigate this plasma highway. And so that's kind of featured in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And so we find that if we're going down this highway, we have to change our little knowledge of the sciences. And so today we're going to feature carbon-14. And we're going to see if we can pick up any hitchhikers. So in order to understand that, we've always had to figure out what our dimensions are. And so, we've always looked at the relationship and the ratios, and we find that we have 2 feeding dimensions. But in fact, we have 3 feedback dimensions because we don't lose those first 2 dimensions. So those first 2 dimensions are 1 and 1. And when you add the feeding dimension, you still have the 1 and 1. And so now you really have 3 dimensions, and we try and understand, what part of that pie are we looking for? And then we realize that we're none of those 3 dimensions. We're in a different dimension. We're the observer, or we're fudging our knowledge because we don't understand these relationships. And so we confuse and we say, okay, well, 1 plus 1, but it's not the same 1. And it just goes unspoken. 1 plus another 1 is not the same 1. That's why it makes more than 2, because you still have the 1, and which is the scientific community's understanding of physics. And you have the other one, the spiritual community's understanding of physics. And then you have the Keshe Foundation Plasma Science, which adds to the knowledge. And so what we're looking at is to change the rate of change. Change the rate of change, right? So that's one of the reasons we go down the highway. It reminds me of a time, a long time ago in Toronto, people were complaining about traffic in the streets. And there were a lot of cars and they were going so fast. And so they built speed bumps. And of course, the problem with these speed bumps is they slowed you down. So I often wondered why they didn't call them slow down bumps. So if we wanted to speed up, we go on a highway, but they stopped the building of highways. And we had an excellent example like Los Angeles. It's pretty much one giant highway. And the problem with the highways, of course, is they attract traffic. And so in Toronto, they decided not to do that. And so we have a few highways, but we still have a lot of traffic problems. And it's just strange. We have speed bumps on the slow streets, and we have slow travel on the highways. And the problem, of course, is that the highways attract traffic. And so they didn't have any highways. So the traffic had to go on the slow streets, on the residential streets. And that's the situation we have today. And that's, I'm just talking about Toronto there, but when we look at the infrastructure in the United States, we find that there's over 20,000 bridges that are in a state of disrepair. And we need these bridges, right? Because that's part of the infrastructure. This infrastructure is very important because many of the goods and services that we have travel down these highways. And these highways, in fact, have a speed limit. And so that's where we are. And how does that relate to the plasma science? Well, so we find that the plasma fields of our Earth have two hemispheres, and they have a rotating field. And this rotating field has an inertia that's created from a star formation. When you have two star formations come together and they have another inertia, and that inertia manifests itself into our Earth. And that's why the Earth only rotates in one direction, whereas the plasma fields rotate in two directions. So 1 and 1 creates more than 2. And not only that, but we're part of the sun space. And the sun comes up every day and sets every day. And so this is the kind of thing that we have to understand, that all of these field forces that are being created are a form of inertia. And it's a star formation inertia. And as such, each field has a soul. So even the inertia of that field has a soul. And so the thing about the Earth, of course, is that it's very stable. We say it's gravitationally stable. And so we find that the plasma fields also have to maintain this gravitational stability. And so we do this by converting the energy. And we do this by converging it and diverging it into an inertia field. And then from that inertia field, we can diverge it, then converge it again. And so the way we do this, which is unseen, is this plasma highway that we're going to talk about today. And so we see examples of it. We see how this emotion of knowledge, which came down this highway, created the peace dome on this planet. And that is the soul of the inertia of this planet. And we find that our physicality is created from cells, and these cells have souls. And the pattern of the cell souls is similar to the pattern of the soul of inertia of the planet. And so we find that the universal community has a similar pattern, because the universal community is part of the sun space, and the sun space also has a similar pattern. And so what is the common denominator here? And that becomes the community soul, the family reference. And this becomes a very important point, because all of these fields give and take. And so we have to decide, where from do we give and take? And it all boils down to your source of inspiration. And so if you want to decide your source of inspiration, how are you going to decide that? On what criteria are you going to use to decide that? Isn't that a legitimate question? So what we have to understand is that we have this inner space, which is based on the same pattern, and this inner space has to be peaceful. And so, in fact, this inner space piece is what leads to the on-ramp of the plasma highway. So that's what we're looking for today. We're looking for how to get on this on-ramp. And so we find that we have man-made boundaries of thought, because we have to think about this. And so when we look at our thoughts, we say, oh, well, we're physical. And so that's our launch point, and we want to go somewhere. So that's our landing point. But before we want to go there, we have to think about it. And before we can think about it, we have to figure out, before we get there, we have to figure out how we're going to get there. So we're looking for this on-ramp. And so we figure out, well, this is not what I want, and this is what I want, and we make choices. And the process of making choices, do we diminish ourselves, or do we enhance ourselves? Or are we able to move from here to there? And so let's say you want to leave home and you want to go to the grocery store. In the process of going there, would you diminish yourself? Or would you change in your physicality? Because if you did, you wouldn't be able to get there, would you? So we have a gravitational stability, and we have a thought process, and that is gravitationally stable as well. So therefore, there has to be some way to travel from here to there. And so that would be the plasma highway, because that plasma highway would be magnetically stable. And then you have to make a choice how to get on that highway. And then you find, well, that's my on-ramp. You make that choice. You always have that choice. So why are we making bad choices? And that's because we don't understand our emotions. And so when we see from our point of view, which is our man space point of view, we see, the emotion of man. And that takes mostly, for most of us, only the physicality. And so our physicality has a lot of emotion. But that emotion is manifest in our presence. And so our relationship with our presence has an emotional context. And then when we look at wherever that presence is, we want to maximize the benefits of our presence. That's if we care. And if we care, then that affects our position. And so to decide what that vision is, what that position is, we have to have a vision of that position. So in other words, we look at the situation that we have now, and we look at the situation that we desire. And so that becomes the emotion of vision. And how do we get there? How did we get here? When did we obtain all of these emotions and conclude with this vision, which allows us to make this decision? And how do we accumulate all these family emotions? So we found that we have an emotion of knowledge, which is ingrained in us. And it's part of the soul space point of view in the sea of outer space. And so we have been preoccupied with our point of view of our man space. And now we find out that within our man space, there's more to it than just being physical. So we just talked about the emotions, but we also have the souls. And somehow we can transcend these various energy states. And so we see the more we learn, we find the more we have to learn. And these are skills. These are skills that match our attributes. We have wonderful attributes. We have to accept them and utilize them. And we have to learn how to be more effective. And so one of the ways we have to do is we always have to start at the beginning. And how do you start at the beginning after thousands of hours of teaching? And so the best way to do it is to define plasma and what is the difference. And so we find that we're all radiant beings, and radiance is a kind of energy state. And that energy state transcends many different energy states. And so understanding that helps us understand our earth space. And understanding how earth space operates helps us find our inner space, because our inner space is dependent on the inner space of the earth space. But how do we get here? And so that's what's missing, our understanding of outer space. So we're searching for outer space, and this is pretty important. And if that's not important, well, then don't worry about it. Nothing's important. Because what we're talking about is the creation of the universe, and we see that it exists from energy. And as we see in the cover of book number 1, how the matter is created, it's a convergence of different energy states, and they all come together, and they're always in motion, and they create a field. But if they came together, they came from somewhere. So that means there has to be a combination. And did they all come from the one energy state, or did they transcend many different energy states? And obviously they would have had to, because we have plasmatic states and physical states. And how did they get here? And so we find that these came via energy feeding packs, and the emotion of knowledge was packaged within these feeding packs. And we found that these feeding packs are gravitationally stable. But, you know, they have to make a choice as well. And they can go this way or they can go that way. But in fact, in order to be gravitationally stable, they have the capability of going both ways all the time. And so there has to be a preference. There has to be a susceptibility. And so we have plasma rules. And so we see that the energy states increase or decrease. And in the plasma rules, it's done by an order of magnitude, which is 10 times. So if you go one state, it's 10 times. If you go 2 states, it's 10 times 10. That's 100. And if you go 3 times, that's 10 times 10 times 10. It's 1,000. So we can see that we can be more effective in higher energy states. And as a result, these higher energy states therefore feed the lower energy states, right? So this becomes very important. This is the basic feeding rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so when we talk about what it is that is higher and weaker, is a field of energy, because the energy is always in motion. So, you know, it's just like cows, they're always in motion. And if you don't put a fence around your field, the cows will be in motion all over the place. So if you want to contain that field, you have to put a fence around it. So we find, plasmatically speaking, plasma absorbs fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields. So being a barrier, it has a fence around it. And being an absorber, maybe we could put more cows in that field. And then we find that these energy state changes manifest through natural creation or natural decay. But some transfer states are catalytic or non-consuming. And so when we look at this plasma feeding rule, we find that because these are different energy states, we find that they have different strengths. And so in our mind, when we look at the feed strengths, we say bigger, bigger, stronger, faster. So the bigger fields are from the natural creation, and they create the smaller fields, which we call natural decay. And so there are many different fields. And as we said, it's a two-way street. And so when we look at the reference between the sun and the earth is gravitationally stable, the earth is gravitationally stable, but they're not equal. The sun is very plasmatic and the earth is, well, very physical. But they operate the same way, and they have a principal interaction of energy and motion. And so being a two-way street means that we have to better understand that equality reference point. We're just looking at the wrong highway. So we have to find out where this highway is. And so we see that these rays that we create, these plasma rays, in the terms of creation, they have to have a reference. And so that natural creation has a reference to natural decay. But the sum of that natural creation and natural decay is creation. And so the opposite side has to be there to balance it off. And we call that natural decay. But in order to balance that off, that natural decay has to have a creation. So in fact, whether it's a decay or whether it's a creation, it's always a creation. It's our understanding that is the problem. And so we don't understand how these two fields interact. So we fudge that bounding factor. And we don't exactly know how to cross that fence. And so we have a boundary fudge factor. But the fact of the matter is, as basically the plasma feeding rule says, it's a two-way street. And so part of the natural creation includes the natural decay, and part of the natural decay includes the natural creation. But when we look at the sun, it has a catalytic stability. And so there we have another highway intersecting. So there are a lot of plasma highways, and we have to figure out how we get on, except for one very small point, and that is we are living by the laws of attraction and repulsion, which follow the rules of magnetical and gravitational interaction. We call it the feeding system and the feedback system. And we have the capability to turn it on and turn it off. And we can either increase or decrease the strength. And by doing so, we can either enhance or diminish the position. So we have choices. And we have to make those choices. We cannot delegate these choices to someone else because your choice is your choice and exclusively your choice. So you have to have the skill to make that choice, and you have to have the courage to be the last man standing to make that choice. Because there are consequences. And they affect your core positioning. And so when we look at the plasma energy and we see the magnetical PM ticks, and they work like an electron that travels down that plasma highway. But then we see that the electron is part of this atomic marriage with a proton, and it has a gravitational component and becomes part of the rays. Is one and the same as the other? Or are we suggesting that one is plasmatic and one is physical? And which one is it? So when we look at the fundamental principles of the energy transfer, we see that the larger field plasma of the proton feeds the smaller field plasma of the electron. But the two work together, and just like the sun and the earth, they don't look very equal either. So we're missing something. And so we find that when we look at the model of nuclear decay as outlined by Mr. Keshe, and this nuclear decay is of the neutron, this is how we create the proton and the atom marriage, which we call the atom. But in the process, we also create the PM tick. Also, there they are, the two things that we're trying to figure out what they are. Well, we called it part of the decay process, but we've already ascertained that the decay process is part of the creation. It's just your point of view, isn't it? And so we find that both of these play into this ray dance, which is our dimension of our radiance dimension. And so when we're looking at the new flight tests to the moon, we find that we have to make a dynamic plasma relationship, Earth to the moon. We can also do that with Mars, have a dynamic plasma relationship, Earth to Mars. And that's what we're working on. And it all follows the plasma rules of the emission of magnetic fields and the absorption of gravitational fields. And so we can we can manipulate these things through rotation and speed and strength and direction. And how do we know which is which? So the charge is in fact always positive, but we look at the polar energy. Is it magnetic or is it gravitational? So we have a convergence and a divergence of energies, and how is that possible? So basically, we see the PM ticks are part of the two forces coming together, but not only two, they come and keep coming, and more keep coming. So it's more than two. And so we followed this path. These PM ticks came down a path, a plasma highway, in fact. And for us, it's just a dream. But somehow we chose our planet. But we had to see our planet before we could choose it, didn't we? There's a sequence. And so that planet becomes an inertia manifestation. And our arrival on this planet becomes an inertia manifestation. And that was regardless of time and distance, wasn't it? And so we see that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And in fact, humanity-wise, it's pushing 8 billion. And so inertia manifestation of a kind involves the PM ticks and the magnetical feeding. But when they come together, they create a maggrav condition, which is gravitational. And so the combination of those is part of the force field dilution, which is the bringing together of the energy packs into the principal transition and convergence matter. And so all of that becomes a field interaction, which is called inertia, but not only, because that takes care of man space, but Earth space has done the same thing. So it has a field interaction of inertia. But that field is a feedback field. And so our feeding field and the Earth's feedback field creates another field interaction of inertia, which is our existence on this planet. And so our feeding field starts from our soul spectrum, which is our inner space spectrum. And as we discussed our radiance, it becomes a plasmatic manifestation and becomes a feeding radiance. But that feeding radiance comes back and becomes a physical manifestation as a feedback radiance. And so regardless of which way it's going, this inner space spectrum is very stable. And so all of this together is our man space field. And we are at this point inside this man space field. And it is from this man-space field that we have this feeding radiance. And so this feeding radiance is like a PM tick. And it's a two-way street, isn't it? Because it's our radiance. So we don't just send it out there and it just goes nowhere like an email. It actually goes somewhere. You have a thought, you have a reason for a thought. So you make that thought and someone receives that thought. But you don't decide, you don't get to decide who receives that thought. What you do is you broadcast that thought all over the place, don't you? And so you take that radiance and let's say you move it through 360 degrees. And here I've only put a rotation every 45 degrees. So you see 8 different positions. It's kind of like a clock, isn't it? Clock has 12 positions. And the positions in between. And if it were to rotate faster and faster and faster, it would become a blur. And in order to maintain that blur, we have to have a field force. And so we find that we have a magnetical field and a gravitational field in combination. And this becomes part of natural creation. And so this is representative of how the cells operate with the magnetical gravitational field. So we have over 70 trillion cells in our body. And all the cells follow the same gravitational stability, but some cells are kidney cells, some are stomach cells, some are heart cells, some are brain cells. And then we look at the earth and it's gravitationally stable. And some parts of the earth have different elements. Some places are copper, some are gold, some are oil, some are water, some are air. And then we have our radiance stability. And as part of humanity, some of us have different skin colors, some of us different languages, and some of us have different nationalities. But the fact of the matter is, we're all gravitationally stable because we're all part of the same family. We made a choice. And because we made that choice, that becomes our feedback. Our feedback is what we chose. And if we do the same thing and go through the rotation, and we speed up the rotation, that we can't see the arrows anymore, it just becomes a blur, like in a blender. We find a magnetical gravitational field force, but this time we call it natural decay, right? Because it's coming together. So when we find this dynamic plasma boundary that we've created, it's a boundary between the gravitational plasma and the magnetical plasma. But if we're giving a feeding radiance, and that's magnetical, in order to be a feedback radiance, it has to be gravitational. How does it do that? And then inside, we're gravitationally stable. Well, how can the gravitational plasma come back to the gravitational plasma? Light repels. So if we're talking about this plasma highway, which we call carbon-14, in the physics, we call that an isotope. carbon-12, in physics, we call that an element. And the nature of the element is it's elementary. And so the element becomes its lowest common denominator, which we call it an atom. But then there's also carbon-16. And so that also becomes plasmatic. And so the process of natural decay is this transition from carbon-16 to carbon-14 to carbon-12. And you say, well, the transition from the isotope carbon-16 to the isotope carbon-14, it's not really any difference because they're both plasmatic. But yes, there is, because one has more mass than the other. And so the higher the mass, the more gravitational. The more gravitational, the higher the energy. So carbon-16 would be feeding to carbon-14. And so carbon-14 would be feeding to carbon-12. And in that process, we call it natural decay. And so it's just like the neutron breaks down into electron-proton combination, but it also produces these PM ticks. And so these PM ticks are radiating from this gravitational stability point of the plasmatic field. And each of these PM ticks is a radiation point coming from the radiant U. And it doesn't diminish you because the radiant U is catalytic. The radiant U is already on the plasma highway of carbon-14. You just don't know how to get on the on-ramp. And you better get on the right ramp because it's a two-way street, so you want to know which way you're going. And so we can emit, we can absorb, and we can do this at light speed. Well, how fast is that? Well, if that was natural decay, what is natural creation? And so we find that there are two other isotopes, C10 and C8, carbon-8, carbon-10. And we find that the relationship between carbon-12 is physical, and the carbon-10 is plasmatic, and the carbon-8 is plasmatic. And doesn't seem to be any difference in the two plasmatics, but yes, there is. One is more dense than the other. One has more mass. So therefore, from the carbon-12, we can go into the plasmatic carbon-10, and then from the carbon-10, we can go into the carbon-8. This becomes part of creation. And isn't that what we do when we do the cups of life, right? We start with carbon-12, and then we nanocoat. And then from that, we get the GANs. And so the GANs has a radiance, and it manifests from the GANs. And we can create lots of GANs, carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, water GANs. There are many other GANs. This is a very simple cup of life. The universal enhancement units have over 400 GANs. More complex, more stable, more gravitationally stable. And so we see that You know, in the carbon-12, we have a physicality spectrum. That's how we identify the carbon-12. But then we also have a plasmatic spectrum. And so we've been able to identify the nature of the nanocoating and the GANS products. But those are still visible. But the field forces are plasmatic, and we can't see them. And somehow the two are bonded together. And they affect everything. So this reality dimension, as we're talking about, is non-specific. So each specific dimension has its own flavor. So in this case, we're not specifying which one it is. So we're just going to call that a vanilla radiance. And so anytime when we look at this vanilla relationship in our cup relationships, we find that there's a magnetical gravitational relationship, and which creates a soul radiance. So each of the cups have this relationship, and then the collection of all the cups together has the same relationship. And that takes care of man space, but we're in earth space. And as we said, when we relate our man space to earth space, it creates another field, which we call the inertia. And all of these had the same magnetical gravitational relationship and the soul radiance that comes together. So we see that there's a plasma inertia family, and it has to do with the plasma highway. And so we can see all the on-ramps and off-ramps on this plasma highway. We see the glass, but it's transparent. We see the GANS, and it's, in this case, white. And then we see the hole in the GANS, and it's transparent. And something caused that, and that's a radiance. That's a radiance of all the components we just talked about. But you are the one who is the observer. You are not in there, but you are part of the process. You are part of the family. So when we look at the whole thing together, we see the convergence of energies. And so this convergence brings things together. When we bring things together, it's gravitational. And with the higher strength feeding the lower strength, then the feeding is to the gravitational side. What is it that is feeding the gravitational side? It would be the magnetical energy coming from the PM tick. And so if we're looking at the divergence, then the divergence has to be magnetical. Because we're going into a higher state. How can it go in a magnetical direction? The place that it's going to has to be gravitationally stable, doesn't it? And in the in-between state, what about this in-between state? That's a transition state, right? It has to have this magnetical gravitational relationship. So if we look at every one of these states, all the way from carbon 8 to carbon 16, each of these are gravitationally stable. So therefore, the radiance is magnetical. Well, if the radiance is magnetical on all of these states, how can they interact? So there has to be a transition state. And that transition state has to be of a different polarity. But if it's of a different polarity, then that means it would have to be, well, either magnetical or gravitational. But how can it go both ways? And where is the susceptibility? And so the susceptibility boils down to its mass. And that determines whether it's on one side of the highway or the other side of the highway. But if you stand in the middle of the highway, whichever side you look at, there's a highway there. So traveling down the highway, you have to have a magnetical stability. And so if we were looking at the basic radiance feeding of your gravitational plasma, we find that the vertical emission becomes a magnetical plasma. From that magnetical plasma, it has to have a gravitational stability, doesn't it? Because that magnetical plasma radiates a magnetical field. But that magnetical field then has to come back. But why would it come back? On what basis? On what basis would it come back? Because what caused it to leave and what caused it to come back? How can it keep going? And if the magnetical field is emitted, and these are all magnetical plasmas, so they repel. Well, that's why one goes on the right side and one goes on the left side. But when they come into the South Pole, if they were magnetical, they wouldn't come together, would they? Because like poles repel. So therefore they would have to flip their poles and carry on that highway. But now they're gravitational. But then the gravitational poles on both sides would be the same, and they would also repel, wouldn't they? Well, that's the whole point, you see, because when you're looking at that vertical emission, you find that it's a two-way street also. And so in order to be gravitationally stable inside your inner space, then you have to have a magnetical emission out of the North Pole and the South Pole. But there's a preference. There's a susceptibility. And so there's a giving and there's a taking. But the thing is, one magnetical plus another magnetical is more than two, because you still have the magnetical plus you have the inertia of the gravitational. And so if you have a feeding radiance coming out of the South Pole, that will attract the gravitational plasma as part of your feedback radiance. And that's why it comes together. If it didn't do that, it just simply wouldn't work. It can't work. Like poles repel, opposite poles attract. That's how you get a mag-graph balancing. So in other words, there has to be a link between the various energy states. But overall, there has to be a feeding and a feedback. And there has to be a creation and a decay. Has to be. You can't maintain a balance if you don't have a two-way street. So that radiance pole has to be able to flip. And that radiance pole flipping is not done from the feeding radiance. It's done in the feedback radiance. So is there enough energy coming in to flip this? So in other words, you have the PM ticks transcending from the carbon-16 to the carbon-12. And then you have the PM ticks transitioning from the carbon-12 to the carbon-8. And then what happens? The cycle continues. Well, how do we change our position? We can enhance or diminish our position, can't we? And so we use the position of vision and convert that with our emotion of presence, our emotion of position, and our emotion of vision. And so we can elevate to a higher energy state. And every one of these energy states would be gravitationally stable. It is from that gravitational stability that you can have a magnetical radiance, which also is stable. This is all part of the radiance inertia. And so we see that the plasma highway is extending in the highest energy state. How do we get to that highway? The main connection is the carbon-14 highway, because the higher energy state feeds the lowest energy state. So our physicality, what we understand is our man space on our earth space, comes from this carbon-14. And that's fine. So that takes care of us, doesn't it? But what about the rest of the universe? Is that the only part of the highway? Or is there another highway? Well, if you only have one highway going through town, then everybody has to gravitate, shall we say, to that highway. And that doesn't give you many options. But as you can see, with the diversity of the universe, there are many highways. There are many interchanges, many on-ramps, and many off-ramps. And they all operate the same way. There's a convergence of energies, and they're at different field strengths. So when you look at the principal matter energy levels and how they come together, and they create this combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter, which we call a maggrav condition, we can see that the higher energy state is like the soul of the man, and the intermediate energy state is the soul of the body, and the lowest energy state is the physical body. But there's something wrong with this picture. You see, because when we define manifestation, it's when two fields come together and they can be tangible or non-tangible, visible or non-visible. So it's this plasma feeding, higher energy to lower energy, which leads to this manifestation. But what kind of reality can we manifest? So the manifestation could be a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. And so we see that the emotion of presence is also a manifestation, because it is a form artifact of energy and motion at that manifestation point. So if we can be at one point, that becomes our launch field, and we want to go to another point, that becomes our target field. And then in between these two is our transition field. And that transition field is the carbon-14 highway. And so we can see that when we look at the conversion we see that there's a plasmatic manifestation through decay and creation. And so the decay is always decaying towards the gravitational side. And the creation is always creating to the magnetical side. But what is interesting is that these are different field strengths, different energy states. And so when we look at the highest energy state, we find that the link up between the carbon-16 and the carbon-8 creates an inertia field of carbon-24. And then when we look at the lower energy state, which is also a plasmatic manifestation state, and we look at the link up between the carbon-14 and the carbon-10, it's also carbon-24. Well, how can that be? It's the same. How could that be? And then we look at the physical materialization. That's the physical manifestation, materialization into physicality. And that's not gravitational. We call that gravity. And that's not magnetical. We call that magnetic. That's the difference in matter. So what we're saying is that when you're searching for outer space, it's the transition between the dematerialization and the materialization. And so that takes you through a transparency point and brings you back through a manifestation point. So this outer space point is your reality dimension. And so we see that the matter plasma dimensions involve small m matter state is physical. So therefore, the small m matter state is gravitational. We can touch it, we can see it. But the capital M mattergen state is plasmatic, and it is magnetical. We can't touch it, we can't see it. And both of them are part of the feedback and the feeding system, where the feeding system feeds the feedback system and the feedback system feeds back to the feeding system. It's a two-way street. And so we have to change the picture if this is going to work. We have to see that the soul of man has a stronger field, and the antimatter field is a stronger field. And the soul of the body is the dark matter field. And the matter energy level is the soul of the cells. And so the plasma highway can stay in the plasmatic state. And it can manifest on any energy level because it's a two-way highway. But if the plasma highway manifests on the physical level, that's called materialization. And that's what we can do. And so if we're looking at materialization and dematerialization, and then looking at rematerialization, we're leaving as adults. Are we going to arrive as babies? We got here as babies, didn't we? But now we're adults. Why didn't we arrive as adults? And the reason is because when we're looking at the biodiversity on this planet, we see that there are different families. And so the inanimate souls are part of this biodiversity, like sand and rocks, and things, elements of the periodic table of elements. But there's another family, the vertical souls. And then there's another family, the horizontal souls. And we're like the horizontal souls, but we are the souls of humanity. And each of us has a diversity. It's what makes life so unique and wonderful. So we have to understand that the souls of humanity are one soul family. And this is an important point. You see, because this is the bonding factor. And for some reason, we're fudging this factor and changing the boundaries. And we find that the link in this bonding factor is the plasma emotion. The plasma emotion that links up our family, the plasma emotion that brings us to heaven on earth. It's also the plasma emotion that links us up to the universal community. Because when we look at the soul of the earth space, and the manifestation of the inner space of the earth space, that's a binding energy path. That's energy coming in and absorbing in through attraction, gravitational reaction. And in order to maintain that maggrav position, we have to elevate the energy path so that we can emit out and give more out through the repulsion of magnetical field forces. And so really the only thing that changes is the susceptibility, and we have a choice in doing that. The earth has a choice. And one of the choices of the earth was to be fed by the soul of the humanity family. So the earth is doing its job to maintain its maggrav feeding inertia. We're the ones who seem to be falling down on the job. So why is that? So when we look at the soul reference, we see that it's the soul of the earth plus the soul of the earth body that attracts the soul of our family. So it's the soul of the earth body and the souls of the family of man which attract the family bodies of man. So the party is coming together. And so this is all governed by the soul radiance. The soul of man, that's the essential you. And that interacts between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state, which is all part of the plasmatic field strength. And so it's the soul of the body, that's a surrogate you. But that has a unique characteristic, whether it interacts between the plasmagen state and the environment state, that small m matter state. And the link of that interaction is the carbon-14 highway. That's a dynamic plasma highway that allows us to, from our inner space point within our inner space field, to do vertical and horizontal emission. So the vertical emission is transition, the horizontal emission is transmission. And we navigate, and like every highway needs a map, and we have an emotional position map, which is governed by the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance through this reality dimension, which is governed by the field forces that are generated through magnetical and gravitational interactions. This is the dynamic plasma interaction. And we can see that because it's beyond our aura. So we have an aura, we have a soul, and we have the physicality. We have all three. And so we have to navigate somehow, and we use the emotion of position to navigate that. And what helps us is the emotion of vision. And it's not just with the eyes, it's through the ears, the nose, the mouth. It's all the inertia feedback vision to our radiance, isn't it? And then from that radiance, we position ourselves and we have this plasmatic symbiosis, which creates this radiance symbiosis, which facilitates our soul positioning. So when we go to sleep at night, when we go to dream, and we come back in the morning, we do it perfectly, accurately, and we hit the bullseye every time in that target. And so wherever we go, we hit the bullseye there as well. And the connection between those two is the plasma highway. And so that plasma highway follows the knowledge highway, which is a reference from our family reference. And it comes together so that we take what we need and we give what we don't need. But not only, because what we need is what enhances our soul. And so if we have it, we don't need it, we can give that. And the purpose for giving is to enhance other souls, because these other souls are also part of our family. This is knowledge in motion. And so that knowledge in motion brought us here from outer space as babies. And that knowledge in motion allowed us to grow up into adults. And the new knowledge in motion is going to allow us to travel the plasma highway. And it's going to be an instantaneous travel from that physical launch point to that physical landing point. So going to be zero time travel. And when we look at the reality dimension, there's no window seats because it's a zero time travel. You blink and you're there. Well, how come we can do this? How come we can do this? And that is because we have this humanity reference. And so the next stage, of course, is that the soul of the earth body plus the souls of the family bodies of man manifest physicality of the family bodies of man. This physical manifestation is materialization of the family bodies of man. And each and every one of you is part of that family. And so this family can manifest itself and materialize on Earth space. And if this family can travel through the plasma highway of going into outer space, and if this family can engage with the universal community family, that becomes our humanity reference. Why are we in quarantine? We got here. The soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth is what attracted the soul of man, isn't it? But the welcome mat is missing. See, this welcome mat isn't just a welcome to Earth as a prison. That's not a welcome mat. A welcome mat allows you to leave also. So what we're talking about is the welcome mat. That is the on-ramp to the plasma highway. That's part of our soul sequencing. And so this is why our pursuit of happiness is always going to fade, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space, because we don't question, do the earth rules apply to our inner space or to outer space? No, because we delegate that authority to others. We don't take the responsibility to make the individual choices. The individual choices which are important for our energy binding with respect to that gravitational materialization that we have. And we've changed that and created a binding system at the expense of others. We've abandoned the energy binding system that got us here and modified it. Why did we do that? Why did we abuse ourselves? So we've seen the scientific abuse, the academic abuse, spiritual abuse, social abuse. It all has to do with our radiance abuse. And so we have to become soul hunters. And we're not hunting to hunt and gather. We're hunting for a family. The proof of concept is we already made a decision. We had a preference and sentimentality for Earth, not for Mars, not for the moon. And we were born from this radiance, and this radiance that allowed us to be born was using the outer space system. And we were born into our inner space radiance, which manifests itself, what we call materialization, on the Earth space. And we are man space on Earth space. This is just part of the round trip. It's a round trip because it's not a prison. So the plasma highway leads us into outer space, and outer space is not a place. It's a relationship between you and your radiance. So outer space is a method of energy transfer. It's an energy in motion along this plasma highway. And all the souls, the dynamic soul plasma, being the soul of the creator, the soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, you and your soul of the man, and the soul of you and your body, and the soul of the cells. They all make this dream memory connection on this plasma highway. And this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. On this carbon-14 highway. And look, we have excitable visitors. They are also dreaming. Which reality dimension did they come from? And is their on-ramp our off-ramp? Are they part of our family? They also want to come here. And the only way that we can do this is through our inner space of peace, because that's the one that gives us our magnetical stability that the universal community can latch onto and connect to. And so we see that the peace dome is the inner space dome of the earth space. And so we can feed that peace dome. We have adopted the earth space as our home because it has a peaceful inner space. It's heaven. But so far, we've been limited. And so we have to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because you see, the universal community operates on the ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. This is all part of the radiance creation. And so we say that the speed of light is the fastest. Well, to transcend the nuclear science, we have to understand that there's no speed limit. The plasma highway is unlimited. And we're on it. We're in the post-June 6, 2022 era of choices. The transparent point, the manifestation point, and it all comes from our inner space. And that's the link between our earth space and outer space. And on April 28th, it'll be time for the world leaders to give up their addictions and reconnect to their inner space. This is the true power of the emotion of knowledge. So we're starting to become aware, because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science, calling all Earth space sweethearts. Make the conscious choice that you have already made in your dreamscape. There's a world peace treaty. It needs to be signed with a pen. The emotion to do that comes from your heart, comes from your soul, your inner space of peace. Reflects the emotion or vision that allows the field of life choices free from the boundaries of abuse, from boundaries or abuse. And follow that emotional position map that has the plasma highway, and let the universal community be your travel guide, because they're using that highway all the time. And so the earthbound soul family can transform the gravitational, physical, and emotional vitality. And we have to get on the on-ramp to our plasma highway and merge with the emotion of knowledge, which is already the transmutation connection to that manifestation point wherever we want it to be. So allow the adaptation and awareness and the inertia as an inner space emotional construct, and connect equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. Take your inner space radiance to outer space on the plasma highway. Speed limit, unlimited. This is the plasma science, and it needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson. I really hope you enjoyed this journey. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Alex, for continuing to share in depth the knowledge. Hopefully we've all taken something from your teaching. While you're warming your tea, I'd just like to take the screen back for one moment, and then you can take it back. I thought I would review, just a moment, what was shared just before the break, I guess. And these are all products that are being offered for gratis or for free from the Keshe Foundation. And again, some of these have been donated, I think, by other people around the world, but apparently it was offered the week before. And as Rick said, he's surprised that not too many people asked for these products or systems that are available from the foundation. So I have an inkling that if you ask, you may receive. There may be more of these than just one. Well, we see 2 cosmic ray communication bundles. Those are offered for 4,800 euro. But I have some sort of feeling that if you ask, and again, these are all gratis, if you ask, you may receive something within this package of gifts. And perhaps that was part of the Easter package in a way, even though there were specials in the store and everything. But there's still items available, as I understand it, and perhaps there's not just 3 addiction awareness tickets. There may be more. So all you have to do is ask, and if they say yes, then it's yours. I just wanted to remind people to, if any of these items are something you'd like, or perhaps even to gift to someone else. And I'm surprised they were still in the store as of last Thursday, or no one has claimed them. So I would just encourage everyone to that would like to have one of these packages, or maybe two of these packages, whatever you'd like. You can always ask, they can only say yes or no. It's not like the pictures, as he said, don't offer us $200 for a painting. It costs more than that to ship it to you. But these products apparently are still available in the store. Maybe everyone thought that the others would retrieve them, but no one has, or apparently not everyone has. Now, maybe it's different this week, but Mr. Keshe is quite lenient in a way. And there may be more than what appears here, or it might not just be one GANS paint enhancement energizer red. There may be a number of them. So feel free to ask. As Mr. Keshe says, if you receive a yes for an answer, then it's yours. I just thought I'd share that. Please take the screen back, Alex. Customer service or customer.service@kfm.global. That's who you'd write to. Thank you. You can take the screen, Alex, if you'd like. Thank you. Okay. Very interesting, as always, presentation. And again, you've sort of stayed on feeding in a way, and I'm hoping someone has written down a question or two, or perhaps something else you'd like Alex to address. And you'll open your mic.
I'm at your service.
Yes. We're here to serve. And again, the amount of knowledge you're covering is quite immense, Alex, but I would think that someone would have a question, not just myself or Dean or someone else. And it appears, Alex, that when we get, Mr. Keshe is talking about these walls, obviously they're walls for some sort of protection, but they're also walls for feeding. Now, I was thinking if we can control the inertia, obviously we're getting enough fields that we can convert within us. Why do you think he's going to put it into the walls, but that wouldn't need a conversion? It would almost be like the skin in a way. And I'm just going to, if I can, I'm going to take the screen one more time. Sorry, Alex.
Okay, go ahead.
What I wanted to show here was this, and this looks like human skin. And it's amazing the amount that Mr. Keshe says in every one of these crossed hatches, in a way, there's an energy absorption point. Now, here's an antenna sticking up, one little one here, and I think there's another one right over here. He said these are nanomaterials and sort of antennas that stick up, but every one of these cross hatches is a point where he said in the future, the scientists would be able to show small vortexes perhaps going in there. And even if you don't have any hair, apparently there's something in the root that is creating some sort of position to attract fields. If I was just to share one more, I think this is the elephant skin. I just quickly went on Pixabay and took a couple of free images here. Thank you, Pixabay. This is for educational purposes. But here's the elephant skin, and very similar. We see the lizard skin is very similar. The snake skin, again, all these little crossed hatches are points where energy is coming into your body 24 hours a day. And as Mr. Keshe said, the body is not waiting for the matter state food to come in. It's continually doing this process. So this is just maybe a small couple of inches or something like this, but look at the amount of points of energy absorption that we all have, but apparently we're not using to its fullest extent. So when we get to the moon, if he's putting the energy, embedding it within the walls of a structure, then have we learned to convert, or are we still in the same position in a way? we're just doing more of the same as we're doing here. This is where the bulk of the 80% of the energy you're getting for free every day is coming from. It's only the 20% that we're having to take other creatures and take their energy from them. So if they're putting it into the walls, that means we haven't reached this point of conversion. I'm thinking all the fields that are coming in could be converted, but we don't know how to reach that last 20% of it. Or is there, it's playing with the inertia, I know. I think I know. But are we going to go to the moon and basically do the same thing, except we'll be assisted by some walls that have energy in there that'll probably be absorbed directly into the body? But to go around in space, to be able to do this is obviously going to take some playing with the inertia, I would think, to be able to convert. But look at the structure that the human body has created. All these, as he said, like the soccer ball out of leather that's sewn together. All these little points are points where energy is coming into the body. So we have quite a fantastic structure just going out the gate. Please, Alex, take the screen back. I just thought I'd show this magnified cross section of the skin of the man.
Well, before you do that,
yes.
What I'd like to say is, well, first of all, you've asked about 4 or 5 questions in one question.
But then everything's normal.
That seems to be your habit. Yes. But there is a common answer. So if we were to look at this picture, then it's a brilliant picture that you have, because can we say that all of these grooves are highways of energy? And can we say that the intersections are all crossover points? So there are obviously, as you can see, some triangular formations, or the point is you see corners. And so the corners are the magnetical points, and the body is the gravitational point. And then you have to understand that when these points come together, then they are all converging as magnetical points. So how can that be? So that connecting point, that convergence point, as you say, has to be a vortex of energy. And that vortex of energy then becomes gravitational. But now it becomes another emission point, another field of inertia. And so what you're looking at is actually, and you could say, well, it's one big sheet. But you take a point on the left-hand side and another point on the right-hand side, and although it's all part of the skin, and you could say from a layman's point that it's the same, it cannot possibly be the same, because if the one had to link up to the other, and then in order to do that, it had to define its position. And in order to define its position, it has to say, this is not me and this is me, right? So the neighbors are not me, I'm in between the two neighbors. Okay, so that's my point. And then, so my neighbors are next to me. That's not my point. But that point connects to another point and to another point. And all of these points come together. These all become part of the family of skin. That's what we're looking at, is you're saying the skin. But it's a family of skin points. And each one of these has a gravitational field, and that manifests itself or materializes into skin. But the connecting point is the magnetical point, and that is a field of inertia. And that field has to be different, because you can't have two fields in the same field. You have two similar poles repel. That's the rule. Opposite poles attract. And so the field that is emanating, the radiance that is emanating from these fields has to be either magnetic or gravitational. But what determines that? And so that determines the position of the neighbor and the field strength of the neighbor. So if the neighbor is stronger, then the neighbor will feed you. And if you're stronger, you will feed the neighbor. And this is how you maintain a coexistence. And that's a good thing as far as man space is concerned, because imagine if the organs, decided to spy on each other. And so then, maybe the pancreas is saying, oh, I'm very important. And so I'm going to be the boss. And, the kidney says, well, I'm sorry, I'm the boss, because I'm very important. And the heart, starts to get panicky because I thought I was the boss. And then, of course, the brain starts to get very egocentric and say, no, I'm the boss. But for some reason, we find that this just becomes a contest, and it becomes totally irrelevant, because the whole object is to maintain a Magravs condition of stability. And you can only do that when everyone who's involved understands that they're part of the family. So the kidney, the pancreas, the heart, the brain, they're all part of the man space family, and they coexist. And this is how the universe operates. So you don't see this kind of confrontation in the universal community, but you do see a positioning realignment based on the field strength. I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, these are all like, let's say, micro Alex beads in a way. And then I could
definitely,
yeah. And there must be millions of them, depending on how big of a person you are. But it would seem that even very similar to the nano coding, where the second row interacts with the 10th row, which interacts with the 100th row, and so on. Now, this is all on a flat surface, so these vortexes could be interacting with each other as well, creating a broader spectrum. So will we increase, this is the 80% or the bulk, let's say, of the 80%, some through the eyes, some through the breathing and so on. So will we use this system and then just up its capacity from 80% to 85 and then 90 and then perhaps 95%, learning to play with inertia perhaps?
Of course. And so let's look at this. When we look at the periodic table of elements, they're elementary. But when you look at the GANs, there's always a combination. So in an element, you have carbon. But in a plasma, you have carbon GANs, which is CO2. But then you also have another carbon GANs, which is CH3. And then you have another carbon GANs, which is which is calcium, CaCOH3, which is calcium carbonate. And so it's still carbon, and it's still connected by carbon, but the variety comes in the combinations. And the more combinations you have, then the more possibilities you have. But it's not a lottery ticket. It's all predetermined based on field strength, and it's reliable. It's extremely stable. And so if you were to pick a point and maybe, hey, you know what, I can do some annotation, eh?
Sure. I'm looking at it and I'm seeing a number of star formations as well in this drawing here. And again,
Yeah,
this is a very small portion. you can see, I was thinking of Dr. Gatwa and planting the garden and creating those different star formations in the pineapple patches and things. Our skin is very, very similar to a star formation configuration, even though we've never really considered it much.
Oh no, I just cut myself.
Ah, okay, you can erase it.
No, I have to heal it.
Ah.
How am I going to do this? I'm going to have to turn on the energy, the healing energy, right? Start the creation process all over again. And then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to, how about we're going to clot the blood? Wouldn't that be a good idea? And put a scab on that tissue to protect it from the environment? Sounds like a good idea. And then what else are we going to do? Oh, well, we're going to heal it. So let's heal it. There we go. It's pretty close, eh?
Yeah, Jacko says lots of energy coming in equals lots of goosebumps.
Okay, so now that this thing is healed, the healing process has to change, right? Because in order to heal, the creation has to start. And so once it's healed, that creation has to stop. But then we come to the realization that the healing is continual because these cells are in the physical state and they wear off and they have to get replaced, right? Every time you move, that's one of the reasons we invented the vacuum cleaner, right? Is because all these body cells are all over the floor, so I have to vacuum them up. But the other thing that we have to do is to understand that while this is healing, the rest of the cells have to continue to be recreated and reinforced. Well, like that can't stop. Like this wound cannot stop the whole process, because imagine if while this wound is healing, if the rest of the skin stopped being recreated, then you'd just end up with a healed wound and no skin. That doesn't work. So our understanding cannot limit the science. Our understanding has to accommodate the science. If we don't understand it, that's our problem. But the science doesn't have a problem because the science created the skin, the science maintains the skin, the science heals the wound, and the science knows when to stop that healing process and, you know, make sure this whole thing gets cleaned up, right? Let's see if we can clean this thing up. Oh, there it goes. Oh, pretty good, eh? What do you think about that?
You must have one of the new systems where you break your finger and you go back into the game within 15 minutes. It's put back together. But amazing structure. Just an amazing.
So our viewpoint now has to look at it, just say, oh, it's just skin. Okay. We have to see the energy exchanged that's going on at all times. And we don't have enough skill to do that. So if we want to recreate our physicality on this planet, we have to travel on this planet. Why? Because this planet has an affinity to our man space. If we go to another location, another planet, say the moon or Mars, that's an entirely different environment. And there's no way, no how that environment can feed the inertia of our physicality the way the Earth space can. Do you agree with that point?
Well, yes, when he brought up this example of the guru, that he could do it here 21 days, a number of times without eating, but he said you won't do it on the moon because there's no air to pull in to do that conversion. So you're going to have
Yeah,
to
but
learn.
the environment of the moon is part of the inertia of the field manifestation. If you're changing that, right, then it's different. Right then and there, it's different. So then the question that we have, if we want to manifest on the moon, how much of what we are with respect to the Earth do we need to take? And how much do we have to supplement the moon for the difference? Or are we okay with the difference?
Well, there's going to be a colony with physical men in it, as I understand it, at least initially.
Yeah, but they won't look like Earth beings, will they?
Yes, they're going to create a 1G environment, not from spinning, he said, but from a different method. So inside this colony, inside these walls, you will manifest as a physical structure. Then you can test the transmutation, maybe going outside of the colony. And then
yeah, but I'm just saying, will you be in the same what do you call conformity? Will you be in the same conformity as you are now?
The way I'm understanding it, yes. Inside.
Well, then all the elements that make us up in this environment have to be carried forward. All have to be carried forward. Mark, if any element that manifests us in our physical inertia field is missing, it will change us.
Well, maybe that's where the walls come in for feeding.
Precisely.
Or, these energy walls that will also protect and also provide you energy for food in a way.
But still, there's no guarantee that the conformity is going to be identical. The only way the conformity can be identical is if we take enough into account. And man has not been able to do that. But here's what man can do. Here's what man can do. The soul of man has everything that it needs. So that part's taken care of, okay?
Well, the soul has to absorb energies as well, correct?
Yeah, but the soul operates on universal law. We're operating on physical law here right now. If we want to travel into outer space, and if we want to transmute into a higher energy state, we have to leave the physicality, or we have to carry the physicality with us. But the physicality itself cannot go into outer space. The physicality has to go the same way that we were born, with the difference being we were born as a baby, now we're adults. So we do it the same way, but we have to take all the knowledge that we have gained in our little nursery here on our tiny piece of the pie.
It seems like the physicality could be manifest within the soul of the man.
For sure.
And travel that particular way with the soul of physicality manifested as the soul of the man.
But not necessarily. But it could manifest in the soul of the body.
And we don't have to convert it into a physical state. This is what he's saying, unless all the totality or the conditions that you would need are provided for without having you to go in the direction of taking other entities.
So what's the proof of that?
You don't get hungry when you dream?
Well, no, the proof of it is
he seems to be indicating there's a couple different ways to do this. And actually, you can even go inside yourself. You don't even have to travel across the universe with the soul. You can go internally and create the same conditions as planet Zeus and experience that through the emotion of it. Again, this is just my rough understanding at this point. Very rough.
I'm just as rough, but we have these excitable visitors. And so they've decided to check us out. And the reason they're excited is because until we've got these enhancement spaceships, they weren't able to do this either. So they're just as excited as we are. The only difference is they want to come here and manifest into the physicality. And if they do manifest into the physicality, are they going to be like us? Are they our family? Or are they going to be the way they were wherever they were in their own thing? So the question that you put forward, if we go to the moon, are we going to materialize in the same conformity that we are on Earth? And if that's the question we ask of ourselves, then we ask the excitable visitors, are they going to want to do the same thing? In other words, are they going to want to materialize on Earth in the conformity of the planet that they came from, which is going to be different from Earth? And if that happens, they're not going to look like us, are they? And we're already racists. So, you know, we haven't achieved that point of inner peace in totality. So what I'm saying is that the excitable visitors belong to a family that is very similar and part of the family of humanity.
Hi, Alex. It's Diane. When the spaceship came to see me and my neighbor, I jumped up and down, like, you know, when you're doing jumping jacks, because they were like right there. I'm like, but there were windows and they just hovered there or whatever. But and so I just thought, well, they can't communicate or whatever. They're communicating with the soul, and then they stood there for I don't know how long. Not as long as, because it was pretty fascinating, but I don't know that. Oh, I'm losing my thought now.
Well, were they friendly?
They must have thought I was crazy. I was jumping up and down saying hello, like I want them to come down and see, because I believe always.
Okay, but so you were being friendly?
I was being the excitable one.
Yeah, but it was a friendly excitement. You weren't panicking.
Yeah, and they must have felt the emotion.
So, and were they responding in a
No, they just hovered there, and then they just took off. I thought, oh, okay, they communicated. And like later when I found out like soul talk and from Mr. Keshe, I thought, well, they're talking to my soul or whatever, but they didn't make any communication that I was aware of, but I was excitable. That's all I wanted to say. I was the excitable one.
Yeah, but they didn't attack you.
No, I didn't think they would.
Okay, well, this is the problem and the solution actually. So you exchanged energy with them in a peaceful manner, and you got that peaceful response. So you were feeding a peace emotion, and they responded peacefully. They
But
could have.
I was excited.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But that excitement came from the belief that they were benevolent.
Yeah.
But if they were hostile, you'd be excitable in a different way.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't have just left. They were attacked or whatever. I didn't
Okay.
feel any attack. I felt
You didn't,
like
right?
excited, but they didn't come down or anything or say hello or anything. They just
No. But the point is that there was a friendly nature between you, and you're part of a family, and they are part of a family as well. But this family has an affinity to humanity. You see, the farmer has a problem. If a farmer is raising a cow, he cares about the cow until such time it's ready to slaughter the cow. And the farmer doesn't slaughter the cow, he just takes the cow to the slaughterhouse, right? Because at that point in time, the farmer's attitude has to change from that of being friendly and nurturing to the cow to being wanting to kill the cow. This is the problem that the farmers have. All the farmers have it, whether they're farming vertical people or horizontal people. You know, they have this problem with their soul, and so imagine now that you're the cow, and you see this benevolent creature, which is a farmer, and is taking care of you, and then suddenly they turn on you and they say, well, that's enough of this friendliness, now we're going to slaughter you. And so that becomes a deception, right? The cow then gets deceived. So the point is that in our accepted morality on this earth space, the farmer recognizes that he is part of the family of humanity and the cow, and recognizes that the cow is part of the horizontal family, not the same family. And so this becomes an important point, because the farmer basically puts the cow in a prison he calls a farm field or a barn. The farmer is able to go outside of that field. We are not in a prison, but we're in quarantine, and the universal community is part of our family. But we can't seem to go there. So what does that mean? That means we're being deceived. And we are party to that deception. We're party to that double cross, because in that term of that double cross, we are stealing energy from others. And we do this by lying, cheating, and murdering, and through deception. And that's not the human way. That's the adopted human way on this planet. It's not the way of the universal community. And it's the way that we were born. So we were born the way of the universal community, and we are now conducting ourselves in a deceptive manner against ourselves on this planet. So it's up to us to have this ability to correct this situation and understand the difference and why we are not being as loyal to our family, if you will, and why we want to go into outer space, but we keep suppressing the technology because we're actually deceiving ourselves. If you can't want to expand on the technology and then suppress the technology. That doesn't add up. So this is a problem for humanity, and we need to resolve that. And one of the nice things about these excitable visitors is we realize now, well, they have the same problem that we do. And they're just excitable to exchange with us. And, like, think about it. You're excited to see them, but, how excited are they to see you when they know that you and your family, do a lot of loose harvesting, stealing from others, energy binding at the expense of others. And you said, no, you're not like that. Well, yeah, you are. And so we need to elevate ourselves into a higher energy state. And so we find that that energy state does not allow this hooliganism to carry on. And so the connection is to carbon 14. And when you look at that connection, you find it isn't just carbon, it's carbon and connected to something else. All things work in combination. And so that's the difference. What we have to do is look at the combination of these fields of energy coming together. And so in your heart, okay, you don't need to know from a scientific point of view. In your heart, you trust your heart. Your heart is not a spy inside your body. I fooled you. You trust your heart. And that's what we need to do. We need to trust our soul, because our soul and our heart work together.
And we need to quit eating other beings so they're not afraid, or not afraid. They're probably not afraid, but they don't want to be around us because of the loose harvesting that we're doing stupidly. Enough.
Interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad that they were comfortable enough to show themselves. I know Mr. Keshe said they don't want to show themselves. They're a little bit shy in a way because of what we may do with them.
Yeah, they didn't show themselves. They just showed the ship, and there was windows, and I couldn't see through. It looked like windows to me, and the blue bars between. So I couldn't even see any beings. So they never left the safety of their shell, sort of thing.
And if they could come and have the same conformity as you, they wouldn't be shy to show themselves. So I'm suggesting that they didn't, because they came from another planet. So that planet would have a different field inertia.
Yeah, unless they look like a cow and they thought I'd eat them. I don't know.
Well, no, they wouldn't look like a cow. They would. They are a sentient being, and they're obviously have greater capabilities than the horizontal family. So, but they're not necessarily. I would say that they have an affinity for the humanity family, but they're of a different variety, and it only stands to reason that there are different varieties of humanity in the universe. So the problem that we're having is some families like eating other families, and I think we're starting to realize that as long as we continue doing that, we are feeding the problem. What we need to do is stop feeding the problem and start feeding the solution. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Diane. Appreciate what you just said.
Excellent. I've never had that experience, but I know they're there. They just haven't shown themselves to me.
Okay, thank you guys for listening, and everyone.
Thank you for sharing.
Alex, Mark, is Dean here? May I just quickly say something?
You can, yes, Dean. I was going to be a smart conversation there, but
You're just going to let it fly, let it go.
let it go.
Let it go, yeah. So, Diane, when you said that that the craft just was there, and you didn't think they came to see you in the physicality, but they travelled all that distance, and quite possibly they were present with you in many different ways. This could have been on a physical level that you couldn't sense or feel, or maybe you did. Do you remember the sensations that you felt through your body, through your skin, through the nanocoating of your skin? Did you sense anything? Did you sense anything in the hairs on your arms or anything?
I just remember being very happy and excited that they came. But it was just shortly after, like, I'd been making GANs, and I thought it was the GANs that attracted them. Because my friend, he had GANs in the car, like, and he saw it. He was coming from Kamloops, like another place, and he could see them following him. And then he came, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I was in my art shack, and he said, "Diane, come on, I think I seen a spaceship." And I come out, and it wasn't just a light, and it came, and then it was a spaceship. I don't know what else to say. It was like this, like had the round part, the round top. But anyway,
did it look very physical, or did it have did it feel more transparent, more of
I would say it was luminous, but there was actually what I saw, and what my neighbor, he was explaining what he saw, it sounded a little different. Like I saw like these windows and the blue light behind the windows, and it was like a luminous top, I guess white, not really silver, but whitish, and kind of glowing, but not really. But the blue, like, that really stood out for me. It's like these window shapes in the middle of the saucer, and then they were these about maybe 4 bars. I can't remember for sure how many bars, and then it looked like windows, but I couldn't see anything in the windows. All I see was the blue light in the middle, and then the top and the bottom of the spaceship.
It's interesting, Diana, that you just said that yourself and your neighbor saw it differently.
Yeah, he didn't say the blue light. I don't remember what he said, but like he saw what I saw, the shape, but he didn't see the blue window thing. I can't remember what he said he saw. Like, he saw a spaceship, but he didn't see the blue window kind of things that I saw.
You said this was in the recent period, Diane?
That was about when I started making GANs about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
You're not alone there, Diane. I think we all have these GANs, as Mr. Keshe said, that as soon as we have these, we're creating an atmosphere, a position for our universal family to be present with us. And you're creating this dome of, and creating a field strength where they can manifest themselves and be present with us. I've experienced this a few times. When I was in England, I had a few experiences with sounds and things happening on my roof of my house. I said this a long time ago. And many things happened in and around that. And here in where I'm present now, I very often am in one room, and then where the Ganses are, my 5-cup stack of systems and everything, I very often hear interactions where there's it seems like from nowhere a physical interaction is taking place, where maybe something gets bumped or something, or something else. So we are creating an environment for our universal family to be present with us, because it is the GANs is given that ability. It's this gift to humanity for us to experience that, and for the family to be present. So It doesn't surprise me. I think many of us knowledge seekers have created, beautiful environments, and we just we're not always aware of what's going on. Because we're always looking for it very physically. We want to see a physical ship or something, but there are many interactions going on all the time around us, and we're making an environment that is very conducive for this. So that's.
And they probably got rather excited too, to be able to show themselves.
Yeah,
It's not something I think they do haphazardly. As Mr. Keshe said, they're hiding in many places on this planet. Some are within the man himself, and others are probably hidden within other structures as trees or flowers or something else to have an experience in the matter state. But to reveal themselves is quite unique. But we'll see this more and more. Maybe they just came early for the party.
So what about Mark? Mr. Keshe said that the black skin is like the travelers of the universe, and we have many that are very nano-coated black skin dwellers on planet Earth.
Yes,
and many of them. And there's also the fact just earlier on, Alex was speaking, and you were speaking about the moon and creating the condition to be present there, and you spoke about being taking the physicality to your understanding, and Alex saying that it's going to change. However, recently it was discussed that there's now, Mr. Keshe said, that there is an ocean on the moon. So that gives us the ability as a human being to have a direct connection with the water, which is what we're familiar with on planet Earth. Why is there an ocean on the moon? What's the connection there? And is that ocean, is it full of the same liquid substance, that we have at H2O and whatever the constitution of it is present on the moon? Is it got the same magnetic and gravitational fields? Is it got the same physical aspects of it, or is this in a plasmatic condition? How would this be? Do you have any answers to that, Alex?
D for Dean. All of the above.
All of the above, yeah.
So you understand about there's different energy states of water in its physicality, right? We have vapor, we have liquid, we have ice. So he didn't specify which energy state, but the component, fundamental component of it is hydrogen for sure. And if there's water, then it has to have oxygen as well.
And you think this is in the matter state, Alex?
Well,
I know
we haven't specified.
Mm-hmm.
No, we haven't specified which matter state. Capital M or small m matter state. This is the mistake we keep making. We keep making assumptions that we are going to manifest in the physicality, and then everything operates in the physicality. To make the connection, if we want to travel in outer space, we have to dematerialize. And how we do that, we're not specifying today, but we have to dematerialize. So the transmutation is done on the soul level. The soul has all what it needs to be able to achieve that. Now, what is different is that we have the capability of taking our physicality with us. And this is the excitable part of it. It not only excites us, but it excites our visitors as well. The concern is, if we go to the planet where these excitable visitors come from, we're not going to look like humans. We're going to look like them, aren't we? But are these excitable visitors going to come here and look like us, but they're not manifesting because they know that they can't look like us, because our planet has a different field strength than their planet. So the new technology is allowing us to go to their planet and manifest in the human conformity that we are familiar with. But then wouldn't we be strange on their planet?
Yeah, I don't think you can manifest as a man on the planet. You can manifest within the soul of the man as a physicality or as a man. But if you're going to manifest in the matter state, you're going to have to work according to the inertia and the gravitational magnetical fields of that location. That's why I think he was saying to choose your or pick a destination where the totality is provided for you, where you won't have to be subject to killing other entities. So there's it looks like there's some, you're going to take some discrimination in a way, and where you can go there in the energy state, but to carry through the full transmutation may put you in a position where everything won't be available to you, as I understand it at this point.
But the one thing you can hang your hat on is that the universal community, or ergo the universal family, is part of our family.
Of course, they're from the same creator as we are. They're from the same creator as we are.
Well, cows are from the same creator as we are too.
Correct.
But they're not part of our family. I'm saying the
course they
universal family.
Yes, they are. If all souls are equal and it all comes from a single ray, and the creator's in the cow as well as the man, as well as the plant and the tree, aren't we all in the same family? It was all built on top of the soul of the creator.
No, it all depends on the field strength and the capabilities. What I'm saying is the family and the universal family will put out the welcome mat for us. Okay, because they are peaceful. They will only put out the welcome mat for us if we are peaceful. That is the criteria for allowing our travel into outer space.
And Alex, the amino acid aspect of the planet, and so like going back to the skin and those channels, those interactions, the magnetic and gravitational that you're speaking about, and the antennas and the amino acids that attract us, and then the amino acids that may be present on the moon, and then the amino acids that would be from the solar system that connects us all, and the amino acids of the galaxies, and the universe has amino acid as a structure that would connect all of us as one family. So and what is that? Is that how would you describe that?
Carbon 14.
Carbon 14, yeah.
Right, and I think we have more carbon 14. He said the C12 is the matter state, right? So how can we have C12 in the body if we're in a vacuum and that it's not in the matter state?
Perfect. Oh my God. A plus.
Hardly. Mr. Keshe
No.
Workshop. I'm just
because but you repeated it intelligently. So you understand that inside your skin, you are in a plasma state. Thank you very much. Beautiful.
The nano coating, Alex, on the plates and things, it falls off, and then you have the plasmatic structure underneath.
Right.
Yeah.
But the material is still nano-coated. Once something is nano-coated, it's always nano-coated, as I understand it.
Well, the purpose of the nano coating is to elevate to a higher energy state.
Another dimension.
Yes, you could say it's another dimension, yes. You can have 3 dimensions on one energy state, or you can have 3 dimensions across 3 energy states. Does that make sense to you?
Makes sense, yeah.
Oh, okay, let me, do I have the screen? Yeah, I do.
You do, yes, you do.
Pretty stupid question, I'm looking at the screen. Okay, so what do I want to do here? I want to find out where I'm going. This is a tremendous conversation. Thank you so much, guys. It's absolutely wonderful. So I want to go to number 59 on the hit parade. It's there somewhere. Number 59 on the Pasma Highway hit parade. Each of these energy states, there are 3 levels of energy states. So there's the physicality, there's the carbon-14 highway, and then there's the soul highway. And each of these are in a different energy state. And you can travel on each highway, or you can travel from highway to highway. Whatever you're traveling to has a magnetical gravitational relationship and an in-between point. And you are in that in-between point. And so you and the launch point can go to you and the landing point. Does that make sense?
Would you repeat?
Say it again, Alex.
You and the launch point can travel to you and the landing point.
Without going anywhere.
Yeah.
No, but you are the traveler.
Okay, are you traveling inside yourself or are you traveling outside yourself?
You are your soul, right? You are the real you. So you're in your physicality. So if you want to travel into outer space, you can travel with your plasmatic reality, right?
Yeah, he seemed to be indicating you can go inside yourself and create the same conditions on planet Zeus as if you were to travel to planet Zeus. You have that, or you can generate that field strength of that position within yourself without ever leaving this planet. This is what I was picking up out of the last workshop. Or you could travel across the universe. I know he talked about going inside yourself to balance yourself, to give to certain organs.
Mark, the first example that you've made, Mark, is called dreaming. You could travel somewhere and not take your physicality. You do that every night in your dreaming. The soul of the man, that's the essential you. The soul of the man is always in the plasma state. It's never in the physical state. The soul of the body can manifest into the physicality. That's materialization. So the soul of the body can manifest and the soul of the body can materialize. But you cannot go into outer space in the physicality. So the physicality and the essence of the physicality has to be encapsulated.
Right, but it still operates. I know in the reactor group, and we went to the moon, and I was inside the bubble of the soul, but I kicked the sand
Exactly
with my feet.
Exactly. That's okay. You said the same thing that I've said in a different way. We both agree.
Have you, Alex, if you ever had, I remember a long time ago, someone once came, I was in front of someone physically, in physicality, and they said to me, "You're here." I said, "Yes." Why? He said, "Well, I'm sure I just met you like 20 minutes down the road. I was having a conversation. I saw you." He said, "Were you there?" I said, "No, I've been here." So you get like this effect where someone, the soul is in a different position, and another soul sees this or senses this.
Interacts somehow with it.
Interacts, yeah. And so you're in more than one point.
on the plasma highway.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think we have quite a bit to comprehend and understand, but we have a master guiding us, so he knows exactly the procedure we need for this planet, in consultation, I'm sure, with the universal community and the universal councils, let's say, of how this is proceeding. Again, this is all well planned out. This is just not off the cuff, so to speak, even though we look at it that way sometimes. This has all been planned very thoroughly. Okay, it's midnight in Europe. Is there someone else who would like to add something? I want to try to shorten these meetings, but they don't seem to get shorter. Sorry about that.
It's Dean's fault.
Thank you, Alex.
No, thank you. I always like to blame someone else.
It's your wonderful teachings, Alex. They help many people. Thank you
provoke a
very much.
lot of thought and interest in this technology, for sure. There's so many different ways of looking at the same thing. As he said, we're all unique and we're all absorbing different field strengths and different emotions from that energy. So we're all seeing things perhaps slightly different. And that's why nobody's wrong, but yet no one's 100% right.
At the moment, Mark, I can speak from an experiences I'm going through where I am thinking something, a thought or something, and then the manifestation of it's showing itself fairly quickly. I had an interaction where I was giving someone a teaching, and then I spoke about something, then they show me the manifestation of the teaching that we've had, and there is in their environment the very thing I was speaking about that they've had there for a very long time. And then I go to someone else's home and they come and show me something that aligns with it exactly. These occurrences are happening a lot.
Yeah.
And
it's not a coincidence, is it, Dean?
No, it's not a coincidence. No. It's happening a lot.
And we need to stop referring to dreams as dreams.
Yeah.
So I'm sharing that same experience that you've just described, Dean and Mark. What I would like to add, though, is that each of us has a skill, and each of us has developed our skills in a different way. So I don't think we need to compare ourselves and shall we say have a contest about that. I don't want anybody to say, oh well, you have all this knowledge. Well, I have a knowledge. I have a kind of a knowledge, and you have a kind of a knowledge, and your knowledge is as important and relevant as my knowledge.
100%.
Because your experience is your journey, and it's yours. This is the thing that we all have to understand. When we say, well, we have to collectively awaken, yes, because that's why we all collectively came here. That's why this family came here. We've just forgotten why we came here. But now this is all opening up to us. And the key point to this, and I will reemphasize this again in future classes, is the fact that the reason we can't go into outer space, the perception is that we don't know how. But the real reason is that we can't with the conduct that we have. And so assuming that we know how, we still can't go. So that's not the ticket. The ticket is the ethos of the universe. And so we all have to, shall we say, gravitate to that level of understanding and incorporate that into our being. And so in that light, we have to look at our physicality on this planet from the soul position and soul point of view. That's the only thing that has to change, and each of us will change according to our field strength and our understanding. And it's a process. And so we're finding as we go through all these classes that our knowledge gets better and better and better. And you see the quality of the participants and the quality of the questions and the thoughts that are going into it. These are not casual thoughts. And especially what's difficult is for the non-North American community at this late hour of the day to support us so wholeheartedly, because I keep saying that this is important and you keep reinforcing that. And so I thank you. And I thank you for allowing me to continue to present. So back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else holding something they wanted to share? And sometimes you should come out with it. It's there for a reason, just as Mr. Keshe said, if you have an image or you think about a world leader, there's more to it. Give to that person. So if you have a thought or something you wanted to share, you'll find that it connects later on to something else. And if you don't share it, you'll say, and I do this sometimes, I should have shared that back then because it's coming full circle sometimes. That happens to me more often than I'd like. So I think if I feel something I want to share, I do share it, even though I don't fully understand how it's going to connect. But then you find out later on it does connect. And just for the elevation of the others. Okay. All right, Alex, I'm going to share the screen. The International Monetary Fund is coming out with a coin. They're calling it the Unicoin. And this will be one of the central bank digital currencies. Of course, the Keshe Foundation has a coin as well called the Keshe coin. And if you want to put a few of those away, everything seems to be changing to digital. And I know Mr. Keshe said there'll be a whole program. You won't actually receive the coin, but it'll be a secure coin and it would be credited. It's sort of in an account. And it can't be really tampered with. If it is, it'll be shut off and then another one reissued, as I understand it. So I thought I'd like to play the Keshe coin and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else who has a thought or an emotion you'd like to share, or a feeling? Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you, Alex, for the teaching. And thank you, Gianni, for sharing your work. That's a feather in the cap in all of Eastern Europe and beyond, I think. That is such a beautiful picture of those many, many, many hectares and beautifully looking with very, very small inputs. So again, a hat tip to you and your team, and for sharing with all of us. You've inspired me greatly, and I'm sure you've inspired many, many other people. And thank you all to the knowledge seekers as well, because we're all bringing a point of this change. We're all carrying a piece of this very large canvas, Mr. Keshe likes to say. So I'm going to play the Keshe coin, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Again, anyone else want to bring anything at this point? And continue to enroll in the monthly sessions, take advantage of the offers from the Keshe Foundation. There are many there, and he's asking people to contact the foundation. So thank you all for today. Thank you for being present, and thank you for bringing the change.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.